Welcome to Boulder City City Council. Appreciate everyone being here. Call the meeting to order. Madam City Clerk, confirmation and posting and roll call.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The agenda was posted in accordance with Nevada open meeting law, and all council members are present in the chamber.
Thank you. We will now arise for the invocation by Father Alex of the St. Andrew's Catholic Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. If you could all stay standing for that too. Father Alex.
In the name of the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. Amen. A reading from the first letter of St. Paul's to the Corinthians. Now there are varieties of gifts, but the same Spirit. And there are varieties of service, but the same Lord. There are varieties of working, but it is the same God who inspires them all in everyone. To each is given the manifestation of the Spirit for the common good. Let us pray. O God, we come before you with gratitude. We thank you for being a good God of love who is with us now in this very room. You never leave us or forsake us. Your grace has brought us safe thus far, and we know that your grace will guide us the future as well. For the wisdom and service, Almighty God, bless those who hold office in the government of this city, that they may do their work in a spirit of wisdom, kindness, and justice. Help them, their authority, to serve faithfully and promote general welfare for the people of Boulder City. For the city's well-being, Lord, increase a genuine love in our hearts for our city, its leaders and its citizens. We pray for the protection, well-being, and blessing of each one of us. Give us leaders who will honor you and serve our city with integrity. We make this prayer in the precious name of Jesus our Lord. Amen. Thank you.
In the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do we have any public announcements? We will now open up the first public comment period. Anything on the agenda? Welcome anybody who would like to be in chambers to come forward and take 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes, whatever you would like to say regarding the public agenda in public comment at this time. And those who are not here could call 702-589-9629. Is there anyone on the line? Okay. Anyone wanting to come forward on anything on the agenda today, welcome to come forward, please. State your name, please.
Hi, my name is Terry Adamick, and I'm here on behalf of off-leash dog owners, people who like to walk off-leash. And the first thing that I would like to do is hand this to the City Council. Could you? This is a gift. I hope that you would find a place for it in your hallways. It's a quote by Benjamin Franklin. I don't know how to say it exactly, but it's to the effect of those who give up a little liberty for those that give up freedom for some small amount of liberty deserve neither. And Benjamin Franklin was a founding father. He was very wise. He has many quotes. This one just happens to be my favorite, so I thought I'd present it to you. My only thought here is that in doing all of this planning and dog off-leash, on-leash, that you're trying to fix something that isn't broken. No matter what you do, no matter what your laws are, you're going to have problems. You may have more, you may have less, but you're always going to have some amount of, this dog attacked that person or that other dog. It doesn't matter, on-leash, off-leash, whatever. So all you're doing, in my opinion, is trying, and I understand you've been really cooperative and willing to try and work with us, and I appreciate that, but I just think that the best course of action would be to leave it the way it is and just let us try and get along with one another and control our dogs as best. Actually, we control them very well, but, we need to teach the ones that don't control them how to control them. And we need to all just cooperate and get along. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Oh, I did want to bring up, there's no mention of Pratt Field in this handout, and I don't know what's happening there, but if you're going to disallow Pratt Field, I think we need to find a large grassy area that's flat. And I know one of the ballparks used to be an off-leash park, so I would throw that up for consideration as a last resort to try and have some place where the dogs can run some distance and be free. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm short. There we go. I signed in over there. Do I need to sign in again?
If you could state your name.
Nancy Deneen. And like Terry, we walk our dogs on occasion together. It's kind of a loose group. We get together whenever we see each other about the same time every morning. But I just wanted to come up here and say thank you for giving us this opportunity to, for the last few months, communicate with our fellow dog walkers, whether they're on leash or off leash, and that we have all of the people that I know that are sitting back here and some that didn't make it tonight. But we're of the consensus in talking to even those who, except for maybe one, that it's okay to have both dogs on leash and off leash where we walk, which is between the baseball diamonds every morning without a problem. And if we see someone that has a dog on a leash, we go the other way. There's plenty of places to go. And it has not been a problem. So I thank you for giving us these past few months to actually communicate with our fellow citizens. This is what it's all about. Talk to them. We're kind of like your foot soldiers in a way, you're like your little army out there. We pick up after other people's dogs. We walk our dogs are friends. They play. I don't know how many of you all have gone down to see what goes on, but it's really magical. And we have fun, the dogs have fun, and I hate to see this taken away. Like Terry said, sometimes when you come up with a solution to maybe what you think is a problem, you've created even more problems. And I'm afraid that's what you may be looking to do. So I would love to see it stay the way it is, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else here want to come forward?
Hi, Bryn Delormier. Thank you all for hearing both the leash law discussion and the pet breeding ordinance tonight. Just a moment on the pet breeding ordinance. I noticed from this week to the last council meeting to the discussions back in July, I'm not sure if, I think some things have gone missing or become more lax along the way. And I think the reason it was postponed from a year ago was so our city attorney could petition the Attorney General for an interpretation of the law, and if we needed to write one at all, because as it's stated currently, all dogs need to be spayed or neutered, which essentially prohibits pet breeding, which is personally what I'd like to see. I think a small town like ours with a no-kill shelter, who sees a lot of dogs, purebred dogs dumped in the desert, doesn't really have a space for purebred pet breeding. That's my personal opinion. And I've noticed with the way it's currently worded in tonight's agenda, the provision for R120 lots only has been removed. I didn't see, I know the cost for a permit has been reduced from $500 to $250. I didn't see a cost at all mentioned tonight. I don't see any mention of how many permits can be issued citywide or within a certain radius. So presumably all my neighbors could apply for one and breed dogs, which could be a very loud situation. Additionally, I didn't see, and I was looking at it on a tiny iPhone, so pardon me if I missed it, but I didn't see the provision about only 3 dogs being able to breed litters. So I don't know if there's a limit on that, but I'm hoping that you all can, the point of the city attorney petitioning the Attorney General was to make it a very hard to breed dogs here in Boulder City. And it doesn't seem like the current ordinance has been worded in a way that makes it hard to do that at all. In fact, it makes it really easy. So I'm hoping that you'll consider putting some stricter wording in there. With the leash law, I've already stated my piece a million times, but when you have the list of spaces that dogs are able to run, I agree with the person who commented first. It would be nice to see some large places, hopefully fenced off, and I've suggested Broadbent Park, the north side of it, many times before. I see dogs running up and down there all the time. It's a great place for large breed dogs to have a large, long place to run, so I do hope you'll consider that, and possibly having some workshops with the community to identify more places where it would be appropriate for people to run their dogs on flat land. So thank you. My time's up. Thanks.
Thank you.
Pam Triolo. I too believe we need some sort of leash law. When I walk my dog, I come across many very responsible dog owners. Those are the ones that aren't looking at their phone. They're paying attention to their dogs. They see me or another dog owner coming. They usually call their dogs to their side and have them, especially the big ones, and have them sit there. And there's absolutely no issue. And those are the ones that are to blame that we need a leash law for. I do believe we can compromise and work together, that there should be spaces for people to let their dogs run, but once again, they need to be the responsible ones. It can't be that they can run a quarter mile down, they don't have any control, but big dogs do need big spaces to run. So if you can provide something like that, but there needs to be a leash law. It's kind of hard because I had the other week a dog run across. Lake Mountain is a very wide road, and he ran across, he saw me and my dog, and his owner's yelling at him. Well, cars had to stop. It was dangerous for that off-leash dog. So unfortunately, it's the ones that aren't responsible with their dogs that are responsible for a leash law. So I hope we do something and work. I know I listened to the 2 ladies before, and I believe that they are very responsible. I've come across very responsible ones. But work together, and we can all live together. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on the phone line?
For the verbatim record, Fred Volz. Placing a material and controversial issue on the consent agenda without public discussion, items 2A through C, obscures legitimate concerns and questioning. The public still hasn't seen the plans. What are the water conservation objectives? Will any part of the $6 million cost be offset by SNWA water conservation rebates? Will the city still violate the SNWA golf course ordinance? Proposed off-leash test areas in item 9 lack input from the city's animal services, which need to be consulted as the ultimate subject matter expert. Statistics previously presented by Ann and Abbott over a year ago show there is a widespread problem with off-leash dogs in heavily populated, unfenced public areas of the city. Wilbur Square Park, North Escalante Park, and the Hemingway Channel are likely no different, impacted by heavy vehicular traffic around their peripheries and no fencing of any type, posing additional dangers to errant animals. What you are finally considering in item 12 with a leash law is being partially canceled out by the trial off-leash, no-fence areas placing animal and human residents in peril. Verbal commands are frequently trumped by instinct and stimuli, along with inattentive pet parents on their phones or conversing with other people and ignoring what their dogs are doing. Items 14 and 15's proposed provisions are the antithesis of the Be Kind, Be Bolder slogan applied to the humane treatment of our animal residents. The once-a-year inspections and minimal proposed fees do not begin to cover the costs or the biological reality that female dogs can produce an average of 2 litters per year and female cats can produce up to 5 litters per year. The drain on public resources to handle dumped, imperfect, and unsellable animals from breeders' callous acts has not been considered. Would any rational person expect human mothers to pump out babies for sale once every 2 years? Why should a dog or cat be treated as a money machine and not as a sentient creature worthy of respect and care? Wisdom, kindness, and justice are absent. We have an explosion of unwanted animals without adding to the problem. The alternatives? Reduce the number of dogs or cats in a household to 1 from 3 for breeding purposes. Allow only 1 litter every 5 years. Require monthly inspection of a registered breeder's space. Require monthly reporting of breeding activities to animal services. And require disclosure of a breeder's license number in any advertising to sell animals. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the phone? Anyone here want to come forward?
Evening, Mayor, Council, staff, ladies and gentlemen. Just wanted to comment on both the leash
You
law.
could state your name.
Brandon Smith, sorry for the record.
Okay.
Just wanted to comment, please, on, sorry, I figured you guys all knew me by name by now. Just wanted to comment on the leash law and the breeding deal before you guys. Look, as a 30-year-long vegetarian, I love animals. I'm a big dog person. I've spent a lot of time volunteering at shelters, pet sitting, dog walking, you name it, everything to do with animals. I think the last thing that any responsible city needs to do is make it easier for individuals to breed animals of any kind, really. When left to the professionals, even the professionals get it wrong, and then you end up with a runt of the litter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We don't need home experimentation with animals just for the sake of making some money. We're coming into the holiday season. Notoriously, shelters all over the country and world generally fill up around the holidays or shortly thereafter, after a bunch of people get animals that they didn't want or ask for. There's plenty of animals out there that would love a loving home by anybody willing to give them one. And I don't think we just need to force feed the population of Earth with more animals that don't already have a home spoken for. Leave it to the professionals. As for the leash law, look, I think I've said this before, time and time again. We are blessed to have many parks here in Boulder City. We have a lot of space to run, children, animals, you name it. There's plenty of green space. I say that we should designate specific areas for off-leash, no-leash, whatever you feel like leash. But I do really feel strongly that we need to leave Wilbur Square for the people and animals who don't mind being controlled by leash at Wilbur Square. It is our focal point of the inner city. You know, a lot of tourists come and go. You know, we can speak for ourselves here in Boulder City, but I think that, you know, trying to keep the bigger piece for people who are visiting, don't know any better, I think we need to keep Wilbur Square leash controlled, and I just don't think our designated hours for off-leash will ever work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If you want to call in 589-9629, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Diana Bossard, and maybe my opinion isn't important, but I ride my bicycle on the Loop Trail nearly every day, and I've been chased by dogs. The parent thinks that they have them under control. You get right up beside them, and I'm going slow so I don't upset the dog, and then they lunge at me. I've been chased by a German Shepherd with his owner running beside him, laughing. I'm an old guy, I can fall. I haven't, but I think you should consider that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. I wasn't going to speak this evening, but I felt I needed to. We had a lot of people not attend
Could
this
you
meeting.
Share your
Oh,
name.
Jan Hubbard, I'm sorry. A lot of people didn't attend this meeting because they thought it was a foregone conclusion that the proposals you're making are written in stone, or that the public wouldn't be allowed to speak. So I'm going to take it upon myself to just throw things out there. And I appreciate Pam. We just met, and I understand what she's saying. Yes, you have a lot of irresponsible dog owners. That seem to be the problem. The majority of your dog owners are out there with dogs off leash. They are under control. And we go to Veterans Park. So what I'm asking, I noticed, I looked up the agenda and where the proposals are. There's no mention of anywhere at Veterans Park. Nowhere, except the desert. We're grateful that the desert's there, but dogs need a large area with grass, like someone else mentioned. If we could also entertain the thought of off-leash hours. I'm the one that gave a list to Julie about the volunteers who'd be willing to take care of that park, take care of that area. If we could do off-leash hours or designate part of perhaps Pratt Field, the grassy areas by the ball field, of course with the exceptions of if any events are going on. We just had cross-country. All of us that are there that walk every day, 7 days a week, got out of the way and left because we saw cross country was setting up. Or there's baseball games. We stay away from theirs. What we're asking for is everybody to compromise. Would we love it to be off-leash completely and not change anything? Absolutely. But we also understand other people's concerns. So I'm just asking for consideration to other areas being thought of for off-leash. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone on the phone? Anyone else in chambers like to come forward for public comment?
Good evening. My name is Rick Donahue, and I I'm not a professional breeder or anything like that. I do own a dog, and the dog is trained for several things. He is under control by my voice, and he's also under control by motion. He's been trained to stop at curbs and wait for me to tell him to go across. I think that any pet owner willing to put the time into training your dog to obey them should be able to walk them off leash. Now, when I walk my dog off leash, if there is another dog coming on leash, that dog's on leash for a reason. I will pull mine over to the side. I'll put him on leash. When we get past the dog, he's happiest off leash, so I will take him off leash. When we walk into town, he's on leash because there's too many distractions there. It's up to the individual pet owner to realize that there are controls that they have to control their dog. And I don't think that you should really penalize everybody for a few people who do not control their dogs. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here? Chambers? Anyone on the phone? Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name's Fred DeMano. Excuse me. And I am opposed to a mandatory leash law, not around town, but in areas where there's a lot of people. You know, I was out of town at the last meeting in July, and I sat and watched that thing all night long. And I thought you had some good ideas about Veterans Park and Pratt Field and allowing dogs here and there at certain times even. But we've pretty much, seems to me like we've gone back to what we did 4 years ago or whatever, when the previous mayor and police chief and everybody basically wanted to ban dogs in Boulder City, I think. You know, there were a lot of problems then. We don't have that same scenario nowadays. I think people are a little bit more responsible and more aware of what their neighbors are doing. And, you know, my wife was at Veterans today, and a gal had a dog off leash. Somebody came up with a dog on leash. She put her dog on leash. And she just told me this tonight. And, you know, it's just a matter of common courtesy for all of us. So if, you know, if we're at Wilbur Park and the dog's off leash, it doesn't bother people, doesn't go after. If it's a situation that I see it's going to happen, yeah. And we know our animals well enough to do that. But let's not go backwards on this thing. If there's sporting events or there's certain events, let's control our animals on those. But you know, they got to have exercise just like people do. And one dog park, 2 dog parks at Veteran is really not going to do the job. There's not enough to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on phone line? Anyone else want to come forward at this time? See no one coming forward or online, we will close public comment, the first public comment, and go to approval of the regular agenda.
Move to approve.
Mayor, regarding the regular agenda, staff is requesting that item number 9 be considered after item number 12.
Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Is there a second?
A second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, unanimous. And then approval of the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. That brings us to Regular agenda, number 7, recognition for the Mounted Police Unit members. This is a time where we're grateful. And we have a proclamation that we've created, and we would like to enjoy the people who have been involved with the mounted police and be able to come forward and each get a proclamation, a copy of the proclamation. And we would love to have our picture taken with you. But more than ever, we want to appreciate what you've done and how you've done it, and the thrill that our kids and adults get when we see the mounted police and the mounts themselves. What a sweet thing it is that we have in Boulder City, and we're going to switch that a little bit, but still have some opportunities that we have learned to love. So with that, I'd like the council to have the opportunity to come down and the mounted police come forward. Let's go down.
Yeah. Yes, we'll be on the southern Nevada studio days. Thank you. Kim.
This is Anne. She's the president of the members. No, I'm sorry. So I'm going to do that. It's a weird name.
We need a cowboy hat or two in the middle.
Yes, please.
Get over here, Scott.
Yes.
Yeah, let's put the little people in.
Buddy all by myself.
You got a white
Squeeze this way? Yeah. Let's squeeze this way. Can you get us? All right, everybody. You ready? 1, 2, 3.
Kevin Costner's face went over his.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you next week, next Friday, right?
Yes.
Oh, it's this Friday. This Friday at the hotel.
This Friday.
Yes. Yes, it's coming right up.
Yeah, coming right out. Are you sold out, right?
Yes.
Mayor.
Whatever you want to put in. I'll be happy to do whatever I
Like I said, I don't have to, okay? I just want you to be here. You do the talking. Okay. Don't go away.
Want my jacket? I don't know.
Raphael has to, he talks forever. Open to the club. Mayor, Council, I just wanted to say a couple of things. I didn't want to let this opportunity pass by before Scott gets out of sight. I just can't say enough things about all the good things these folks did and some others that couldn't be here tonight. But none of it was remotely possible without what Scott did. And without the support of the other folks, I don't think anyone realizes, other than poor Scott, that this was a 24-hour, 7-day obligation. All he did, and again, I wish I was eloquent enough to put it into words, is exceptional. And I didn't realize the depth of what he had accomplished and what he had did until people from Metro came here during his level of retirement ceremony, and I realized all the things that he had done over the years, and working with the Boy Scouts and the other kids here, and doing this, and at the same time doing one of the hardest jobs in the country, being a patrol officer out on the street. So I wish I could keep him forever. He's one of a kind, he's very unique, and, but I'm certainly going to miss him, and I'm going to be looking forward to seeing the other folks out here carrying on what we started so many years ago. But I want to thank you for recognizing them and all the work that they did.
I think that actually Scott wants to say something.
He's a man of few words, but many opinions.
No, I appreciate this, and I appreciate the chief. You know, he was the one who gave me the opportunity years ago and said, "Hey, I heard you wanted to start a mounted unit." So I took advantage of that, and you know, we built this slowly with myself and a few volunteers, and one of them, Raphael, who's here now, is one of the ones that was with me from the beginning, and little by little, we added a few officers over the years, a reserve officer and full-time officer and, a part-time marshal. So we tried all different ways to do it. But we kept it going, and we couldn't have done it without the help of a lot of the volunteers that were part of the group over the years, and we had plenty of them. So some of them helped on the ground, and some of them actually rode the horses and did very well and represented the city of Boulder City and the Boulder City Police Department. But the most importantly, I would say that what we do with the unit is more about the horses, the education. We're ambassadors for those horses in a world where agriculture is not as big as it once was. A lot of us may have grown up with. So we're out there trying to teach what goes on with the horses, and at the same time be a bridge for the community as police officers and break down some of those barriers. Some people have trouble talking to police officers, but when you have a horse, it kind of takes that away. And, I'm glad and thankful that I had the opportunity during my career to do that. And hopefully with the new volunteer unit, the SNMU, they can carry it forward and be those new ambassadors for the city of Boulder City.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have a presentation by Jill Lagan, Chamber of Commerce CEO.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, and the staff. We're very grateful to be here tonight and very excited to share with you some great news. We love great news, right, in Boulder City? And so tonight we're going to talk about Main Street Boulder City. So thank you so much for all your support. We truly appreciate it. And lots of great things have happened in this past year. In the past, previous year, we had 3 contractors that were helping us make this all happen. And they laid great groundwork. And so this year we now have Michelle Caven. She's the current director, and she's going to share a little bit with you about some of the wins, the successes, and then also what the plans are for this coming year. And I do have some pictures that I would love to share with you. We also made plenty of copies. Those are in the back for the public if they want to see. It's kind of a little photo album just to see some of the great pictures that we have taken over the year, because great things have been happening. We want to share that with everybody. So I'll pass a few out to you, and then there's also some in the back for everybody, as well as I know that they've been given to the city clerk so that we can share them if anybody else wants to see them. Plus, they're also on the website. But I'd like to turn the time over to Michelle Caven to give you a true update.
Okay, thank you.
I'm a little taller. Sorry, Jill. Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's been such an exciting and productive year for Main Street, Boulder City, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to share how far we've come and to take a look ahead to 2026. So this year truly has been one of milestones and momentum. We proudly became an officially affiliated Main Street America community, which was a lot of work, but we're very grateful for it. We joined a national network of historic downtowns dedicated to preservation, revitalization, and local prosperity. One of our biggest highlights was completing the fabulous Boulder City Welcome to Historic Downtown Monument. It features a gabion cage filled with river rock and crystal blue stones representing Lake Mead, which overlooks as visitors enter our historic district as it welcomes them. Standing above it all is our desert bighorn sheep, affectionately named Bootleg Benny, after a fun social media naming contest. The response has been incredibly positive, and it's become a proud gateway symbol celebrating both our heritage and our future. We also submitted several grants, including the Levitt AMP Music Series grant. While we didn't advance to the final round, we learned valuable lessons and built a stronger community engagement, and we will be back in 2026 applying for that grant better prepared. In May, we will launch the Historic Flag Banner Project, partnering with Martha P. King Elementary 5th grade students, the City of Boulder City, and the Boulder City Library. Students learned about our city's history and founding families and created their artwork inspired by it. The top 40 designs chosen by student peer voting were printed on banners displayed in our downtown historic district. Flagpoles, while all 116 original pieces were showcased at the Boulder City Library, except for the top 3, as you know, were featured here in City Hall. The excitement among families was contagious. We will be doing this project again in 2026 with a lot of excitement. And the community, we're just excited about this tradition. In addition, our events this year have been filled with life and local pride. Boulder Boulevard kicked off the fall season with an incredible turnout. The kids showed up in full force. The businesses absolutely loved it. Seeing families fill the streets, doors open, and laughter echoing through downtown was a pretty special thing. In addition, our Heart and Hands Volunteer Recruitment Fair, we had our 3rd annual, brought together local nonprofits and residents eager to serve. It's become one of our most meaningful events, connecting people with causes that do strengthen our community. We also hosted 2 Shakespeare Under the Stars performances, one in spring and Romeo and Juliet taking place this Saturday at 2 p.m. at Bicentennial Park in the gazebo, and each of you are invited, and we hope to see you. It's a wonderful afternoon of local arts and community connection. And now, as we wrap up 2025, preparations are in full swing for our New Year's Eve street party. This year's theme, going back to the 80s, has more downtown businesses involved than ever before, making it a true community-wide celebration to close out our year. And looking ahead to 2026, as we move forward, we'll continue building on the 4 pillars of Main Street America, which are organization, design, promotion, and economic vitality, to strengthen the heartbeat of our historic district. I'm almost done, Mayor. We'll be pursuing new grants that align with the city's goals, including funding for gazebo updates and community planter boxes to add even more beauty and character downtown. We're also having ongoing conversations with city officials about smaller, high-impact projects, creative improvements that enhance both the look and feel of our downtown experience. And of course, we're always open to ideas and would love to hear any projects that you would like us to pursue, from public art and historic preservation to additional beautification projects that help our community shine. So, we have a new event that we're going to announce right now. One of our most exciting new projects is Dinner on the Avenue under the Boulder City Lights, a long table community dinner held right down Arizona Street, and we will celebrate America's 250th birthday, and it is set for March. The event will bring together local restaurants, groups, and businesses to help with food, decor, and planning. It will be the first of an annual event with different themes to help showcase our downtown spirit in a big way. We've also submitted a project to Nevada Gives for National Volunteer Week, Shine Boulder City Historic District Beautification Day. That will happen Saturday, April 18th. The hands-on volunteer event will unite residents, city staff, service groups, and students to clean, sweep, and refresh our downtown. It's a perfect example of collaboration and pride in the place that we all love. And the returning favorites for events in 2026, of course, are Boulder Boulevard, Shakespeare in the Park, the Heart and Hands Volunteer Recruitment Fair, and the New Year's Eve Street Party. And yes, we're still pursuing the right partnership to finally bring a true farmers market to Boulder City, focused on fresh produce and locally made goods. In closing, everything we've accomplished and everything ahead is possible because of the dedication of our residents, businesses, and of course, our city leadership. I want to sincerely thank the City Council for your support, and a special thank you goes out to Jill, whose leadership and encouragement have been instrumental in helping Main Street Boulder City thrive. When a community values its history, it gives strength and meaning to its future. Through every project and partnership, Main Street Boulder City continues to celebrate what makes our town special. Connecting neighbors, supporting small businesses, and keeping our historic district vibrant for generations to come. So thank you for believing in the Main Street Boulder City program and for helping us keep the heart of our community beating strong. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate what you all have done. Thank you. That brings us to, under our agenda, number 10. Number 9 will be heard after number 12. So that will need an introduction for bill number 2091.
I move to introduce Bill number 2091, waive the reading except for title.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bill number 2091, an ordinance of the City of Boulder City, Nevada, approving agreement number 22-1980A, amendment number 1 to option to lease agreement 22-1980 between the City of Boulder City and Townsite Solar 2 LLC for the development of solar and/or battery energy storage systems to extend the option term 1 year, add additional economic terms, and fire safety provisions. This matter will be discussed and considered at the December 9th, 2025 meeting.
Thank you. That brings us to number 11, consideration of bill number 2088. Mr. Mays.
Good evening, Mayor Hardy and members of the City Council. Michael Mays, your Deputy City Manager. Title II, Chapter 5 of the City Code regulates the responsibilities of the Police Department. With the recent staff changes within the department regarding the Volunteer Mounted Police Unit and needed clarifications of the existing language, staff is proposing the changes outlined in the staff report and Exhibit A, and I can answer any questions regarding those changes.
Any questions? No questions. And
Mayor, I'll move to approve Bill number 2088.
I'll second.
any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Mays. And that brings us to number 12. Consideration of bill number 2088.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Before you this evening is Bill number 2089. This bill would remove the supervision and control exception to the prohibition on animals being at large unless in a designated area. This bill also amends some additional provisions of our code that have to do with animals being at large that are in a different chapter than our animal control chapter, and aligns those as violations would be civil penalties rather than criminal. Currently, they're criminal, and we recently decriminalized all of our animal control violations that are minor in nature, like animals being at large. So this would just follow suit and declare those also similarly civil penalties. This bill came about because over the past couple of years, staff had identified various issues related to our animal control code, and Boulder City is unique in that, unlike most other jurisdictions in which require a pet to be on a leash at all times, while in public, Boulder City has an exception if the animal is under the quote-unquote direct supervision and control of an owner or trainer who is giving auditory and or visual commands to such animal. So City Council had previously directed staff to remove this direct supervision and control exception, but before repealing the supervision and control exception to the prohibition on animals being at large, City Council directed staff to provide the public with additional dog recreation options. That will be later on the agenda for you to discuss. So to clarify, this bill would still allow the exception to a leash if the animal's under your direct control and supervision,
but only in areas designated as off-leash by City Council. So with that, I'm available for any questions.
Questions? Observations?
I have several questions here. I have to agree with the person that was out here earlier that said we're changing something where there's really not a problem. But as I was reading all of this, and this is in here, it says that several dog recreation options. There's not enough options out there yet, but I believe these go in several different ways here. But we're going to have just 6 months, and then we'll come back for the recreation options.
So the recreation options are on the agenda tonight. The city staff had recommended that the item for that, which is item 9, be postponed until discussion of this bill. So after this bill, the city council, as the order that was approved, would discuss the pet recreation options. Currently, there are 2 off-leash areas in the city, the dog parks that are fenced in over at Veterans Memorial. But staff has recommended additional options for recreation and under item 9 that we are going to present to you. They're just recommendations. They are not final decisions at all, and we defer to City Council on the locations you would like to designate as off-leash. Discussion will just occur under item 9.
My question, I think, really is, because this kind of goes with item 9. On item 9, are they going to be able to come back after we recommend some areas? Are we going to be able to come back in 6 months? Was that the correct recommendation?
Yes, so on item 9, you all can designate some areas, and then in 6 months, if you feel there's additional areas you'd like to designate, you can do that. One of the suggestions, again, this is under item 9, is to have a off-leash hours at one of our parks here. I believe it's Boulder Square, and as a pilot program. Our city manager is going to present that to you later today, and then there's other options as well if you'd like to look at other areas to designate if that's successful. Again, that's going into item 9, but yes, we have lots of recreation options for council to discuss this evening and in the future.
And then also, I found this out at our meeting that off-leash, my Lola goes and visits Ted every morning at the house next door. That's considered off-leash and a violation, so I just wanted to make that clear to everybody. I hope and I don't think animal control is going to go after me and hunt me down for letting Lola go next door on her regular visits, but that's an off-leash dog, and I was not aware of that.
Yes, and we typically wouldn't police a violation on private property unless a call was made to report the violation. There would have to be a call made before we would go onto private property to enforce the...
Okay, so you'd have to have a call to go on private.
Yeah.
I don't think Ted can dial a phone, so I think we're safe. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, no problem.
That's all that I have.
Thank you. Other comments?
I'll hold it till item
Okay.
1.
So bottom line is this removes the off-leash option, and it will be clarified in item 9.
Correct. Additional designated locations will be clarified in item 9.
Right. Any other observations or questions?
No.
I'll accept a motion.
I'll move to approve Bill 2089.
I'll second it.
Any discussion?
Yes, I have some discussion. So I guess I wish I realized that 9 was after 12, because I'd really like to have that discussion first, so that we could actually have this discussion. I do feel like, and I have heard it said, that this represents what was brought forward 4 years ago, or I was there at that time, so I do know what that looked like. This does look a little bit different after we discuss options, but when we don't discuss options, it doesn't look different. And I think it's very important when we hear these things tonight, and I so appreciate, and I think it needs to be said, the individuals who have come tonight to express both sides of the fence. And I hope this is what makes Boulder City unique and special, is that we all live here. We all understand that some things mean so much to one person and maybe not as much to us, but the next thing that comes up is going to mean a lot to you, and maybe not so much to them. So when you live in a community that's small enough to do some give and take, I hope we understand that we live in a community that's small enough to do some give and take, where large communities don't have that available to you because you're doing a blanket rule for so many people. So tonight we're here and we're discussing it. We call it a leash law, but let it be known we have a leash law. What we're calling is modifying the law that we currently have to take that portion off under voice control, except where exceptions are made. And I think and do believe we will be discussing and making exceptions next, which I think is important to realize. We have heard you, we hear you, we continue to hear everyone. This was hard for me 4 years ago, and it's hard for me today. I'm not going to pretend it's not. We clearly have council members who are very passionate and about this item specifically, but do not believe all of us are not passionate about it because you are, and you care about it, that this is a hard decision to make. So my discussion is please recognize what comes next is what follows this vote, and I look forward to what is coming next, which is the next item to discuss the exceptions which will be provided.
Thank you. So as I understand it, Madam City Attorney, we are changing so that we can do number 9 and have the exceptions. If we don't make the law, we can't make the exceptions.
Yes, this was intended to be considered in tandem with item 9, to have additional options for dog recreation within the city that are off-leash.
So let me clarify that.
Okay.
We're doing this, and we're not making additional exceptions. We are making exceptions, because this is a dog must be on leash.
That is correct. This
So we're not making additional exceptions. We are making exceptions potentially in item 9.
Correct.
Okay? So this one, you will be on leash.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
9, we will determine what we can do off leash.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other observations?
I think I'm with Sherry. I would have preferred to do the other one first, so that I knew and I know what's happening. So I don't know if there's a way we can do that. Because we don't have to do number 9 first, do we?
There's a motion and a second. So on the floor right now, so there has to be either a vote or an amendment to the motion.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But my question was, can we do the other one before 9? Could we talk about it first? I forget what number it was. Was it 12? 12 and 9.
There is a motion and a second to approve the bill. So the city council, that is the motion pending before city council to vote on.
But could they change their motion to allow us to go to the other one first?
Yes, the maker of the motion could withdraw the motion or
change it,
or change the motion. But at this juncture right now, there's a motion and a second to approve the bill.
And City Attorney, don't forget at the beginning of the meeting, there was a motion and it was voted on to change the order.
That's correct. There was a motion and it was voted on to change the order earlier, when that is what was taken during the approval of the agenda process, to move the item first.
So what the city clerk is saying is the maker of the motion can't change it without going back to what we already did.
Okay.
And so knowing that we've got a motion, we've got a second, If there's any other discussion, let's hear it now on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Now we will go to number 9, and this is where it will be fun.
Good evening, Mayor Hardy and members of the council and Boulder City residents. Tonight, I'm here to follow up with you on feedback that we received from the council and the community regarding potential off-leash dog areas. I want, and as we just discussed, this is a follow-up item to the item that you just heard in making modifications to the existing ordinance. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge the work by our Parks and Recreation Director, Julie Calloway, and her staff in preparing the staff report and the presentation for the item. Julie was on a pre-planned vacation, so I'm pinch hitting for her tonight. I'll try to do my best to present the information that they've prepared, and yes, she owes me. So, next slide, please. Briefly, by way of background, the bill that was just approved by the council, Bill 2089, as was mentioned, deals with Title VII. It was to remove the voice command exception to the lease law, and now really, in a way, this item is to replace that exception if the council desires to do so with designated off-leash areas. And again, this was based on previous council discussions back in February and in July of 2025. We can have the next slide, please. So I wanted to begin just with a reminder of, dogs are allowed anywhere in public areas in the city on a leash, and then this would look at other council designated areas for off-leash. I also want to note that in the desert conservation area, dogs are required to be on leash. Now, also by way of reminder, there are areas of the city where dogs are always prohibited on the golf courses at Hemingway Park, with consideration of the wildlife that are there, and then at our various recreation facilities, splash pad and swimming pools for sanitation, and then our play courts and our play fields. And but again, in order, and if we could have the next slide, please. There are areas of the city, our existing dog parks, where dogs are already allowed off-leash. And these are both located at Veterans Memorial Park. There's a large fenced-in area, city-maintained. There's separate areas for small and large dogs. You might look at that at two dog parks, but in one area, grass, trees, picnic tables, etc. It's about an acre in size over there. And then there's a second nonprofit C-Spot Run dog park, also fenced in. It's about 3.5 acres. It has 3 separate areas, again, for small and large dogs, and then an event area. I read online some of the reviews of this dog park, said it was one of the best dog parks that, people traveling through had stopped there, and they liked it better than any of the dog parks that they had visited in several states. So it is very well used. It does not have grass. It's a natural area, but it has nice walking trails. And one of the other comments was that this park was obviously designed by people who have dogs because of the way that the amenities were spaced around the site and how it was set up. So again, 2 very nice dog parks for off-leash activity there in Veterans Park. So the next slide, and I'm going to have several different slides here to talk about potential off-leash areas for dog recreation. The 2 that were discussed at the meeting in July that staff heard, there was general consensus around them, and the council may have additional discussion tonight. One we're referring to as the Lakeside Linear Park along the flood channel. In my next slide, I'll have a map of these 2 areas, but I wanted to just describe them to you. So this is a large park. It's linear in nature. It's along the flood channel, and it also goes along, as you heard one of the speakers tonight, along the River Mountain Loop Trail. So it's accessible from the public street on either end, but it runs between Lake Mountain and Ville Drive. It's about 1/4 mile long, so it's a very large area. And the potential here is for that to be an off-leash dog area during the day, any time of the day. And then the other one that was discussed at the July meeting was North Escalante Park, just here west of City Hall. Again, a very large grass area, mature trees. It's not fenced, but it is surrounded by public parking. And so it is, even though it's accessible directly from the parking areas, and it's a flat area, it is somewhat, well, it is separated from the surrounding areas by the parking lots. So this one would be subject to public park hours, which are generally 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. So those are two potential park locations for off-leash additional areas in addition to the dog parks at Veterans Park that I mentioned. So next slide, please. This is just to give you an idea of the long linear park over on the lakeside. We refer to it as the Hemingway Channel, but I hesitated to use that name. I didn't want someone to mistake that for Hemingway Park, where dogs, as we heard a moment ago, were not permitted because of the wildlife. But this is separated far enough away that there would be no conflict. And then the next one is just a quick diagram of North Escalante Park. I think everyone is familiar with that. But as you can see, plenty of parking, it's flat, accessible, and somewhat separated from surrounding areas. So then, in addition to potential park areas for off-leash recreation, a couple of other areas that were discussed at the July meeting. One was we're calling the undeveloped area, which is adjacent to Veterans Park. It's easily accessible from the parking lots, but it's essentially open desert, but it's close in to the park, and it's just south of the Boulder Creek Golf Course. And then there are other very large desert areas surrounding the city. One is west of the city, and we refer to it west of Veterans Memorial Drive and south of Boulder City Parkway. There's another one if you go all the way to the end of Buchanan Boulevard, and then east of there and sort of south of Georgia all the way to I-11. And then there's another one on the east side of the city, east of River Mountain Avenue to I-11. And I have a map showing these areas as well. And then it's not shown on my map, but another area for consideration would be the El Dorado Dry Lake Bed Recreation Area, which is sometimes used for, and all of these would be potential desert areas for off-leash recreation for the council's consideration. So the next slide will give you a map. It's you can see Boulder City in the middle, and I'll just briefly describe this. So the two dots, center, bottom, are the two existing fenced-in dog parks at Veterans Memorial Park that I just initially described. And then after that, the next few slides, I talked about the linear park and North Escalante Park, and those are shown in the yellow ovals with the orange dotted line for consideration. And then there's the undeveloped area adjacent to Veterans Memorial Park that's shown in the orange dotted line. And then those larger areas for potential off-leash desert areas, we'll call those, all around Boulder City. And then last of all, before I jump to Wilbur Square, I'll just, as a reminder, these are the areas for off-leash activity. Now, all of the other areas, dogs are still welcome in all of those other public parks and public area, public sidewalks, but on a leash. Now, the last area that we want to talk about tonight is Wilbur Square, and it's a little bit not complicated, but we had a little bit different approach there. You know, it's a very popular area for, someone described it earlier in public comment, you know, it's a gathering place in the central part of the city. If we could go to the next slide, please. Talk a little bit about Wilbur Square. So, you know, it's often referred to as Government Park. It's a popular gathering place. A lot of our major city events are held there. It's popular with both residents and visitors. And also we have Bicentennial Park nearby, and of course Wilbur Square is home to the Shane Patton statues. So very heavily used park, center of the community. Based on the feedback that we had from the council and the community, the council could consider Wilbur Square, we would say this as a pilot project for a little bit different. Now the other areas that I talked about for potential park, the linear park and North Escalante, those would be open for off-leash activity anytime during the day. However, because Wilbur Square is so heavily used by visitors, residents, on-leash, off-leash, the council may want to consider doing limited hours there for off-leash dog activity. Again, recognizing that it's very popular with dog walkers. Now, the council may direct staff to do that as a pilot project. We could try it out and see how it's going to work. And we, as we had discussed with you in July, as we talked to other communities, they had success in implementing these types of limited hours if they worked with a community group and set that up, that the community group, so the other dog walkers, would help with the oversight of the off-leash hours. And one thing to consider, though, here is that we are planning to do irrigation upgrades at Wilbur Square, and it will be closed January through March in 2026. So in that case, the other dog, if the council chooses to do so, in North Escalante Park may be available for off-leash activity. But one way of looking at that is that 3-month time, January to March, will give us time to work with the community members that we've identified, and anyone who's interested would be more than welcome to work with our Parks and Recreation Department to set up that community-led group for oversight, and that would give us some time. Another way of looking at that is that January through March timeframe is also a good time if you want to consider the entire framework that I discussed as a type of pilot project. We could implement that immediately and see how it works with the linear park and North Escalante and the dog parks and the desert areas. And if they're working just fine, at about 3 months' time in the March-April timeframe, staff can come back and provide a status report to the council on how things are working. Now, at that time, we could then, if you direct us tonight, we could, during that same time, we could be working with the community group. Or we could wait and see, and then if things are working well, you may decide that you don't need to have limited hours at Wilbur Square. So that's just a couple of different options for the council to consider tonight. If there's anything else there. And again, this idea of a pilot program, if we were able to, I know tonight other parks have been discussed in July when we met with you, a number of different parks, ABC Park, and tonight Broadbent Park was mentioned, Veterans Park. The reason we would use a Wilbur Square as a pilot is if the idea of having a community group to oversee that works well there, then if the council, when we come back to you later, say in 6 months, then the council may want to direct us to look at other parks. But we would like to have the opportunity to work on that at Wilbur Square and sort of perfect the process. So if we could have the next slide, please. This is kind of a summary slide. At the top, I've got the areas where leashes are required, again, all public areas and in the desert conservation easement. And this is existing, and then currently dogs are allowed off leash at the 2 fenced dog parks. Now, the yellow items are the ones really for council discussion tonight. You've got potential off leash areas, park areas, as well as desert areas, and then this idea of potential off-leash hours as a pilot project at Wilbur Square with AM and PM set hours depending on the time of the year. And again, we would partner with the community group. And then by way of reminders, just really no change at all, but dogs have always been prohibited on our golf courses as well as some of the parks and our sports facilities around the city. So last of all, the next slide, please. I tried to summarize this in questions for the council. I guess one of the things we'd like to have direction on is, does the council wish to designate additional park areas for off-leash dog areas? And if so, where? We've listed the 2 here. If you want to talk about others, that's open to the council too. And then are there desert areas that the council would like to designate as off-leash dog areas? And we've mentioned some of those, both the one next to Veterans Memorial Park as well as the outlying desert areas. And then finally, Wilbur Square, if the council would like to tonight designate or direct staff to begin working with a community group on a pilot project for off-leash hours, or and we could begin putting that together, and then we would come back to you in March, April with how that might work at Wilbur Square. And then last slide, please. And just any questions, then contact Boulder City Parks and Rec. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Comments?
I didn't quite understand what you were saying about you're going to study at Broadbent Park, Wilbur Park, but you can't start until March? So I didn't quite understand what you were saying. You're not going to start the pilot program until March. Is that correct, or what
Well,
were you,
yeah.
could you clarify that one?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the park will be closed we know that the park will be closed between January and March, so I don't want to promise, oh, we're going to do a pilot project there and then not have it available for 3 months. We will need some time as well to put that, to work with the community group and put that together. We didn't have direction from the council yet to that. We've done a little preliminary work, just put out some feelers, and we wanted to get some feedback from the community. So we know that there are people out, residents and dog owners who are out there that are interested in participating in that type of program. So if the council would like us to do that, I guess what I was suggesting is that January through March timeframe, when the park is closed, would provide us with enough time to work with the group and get everything set up. And we can come back to the council at that time and let you know, okay, here's what we set up, here's how this is going to work, and give it another 3 months. And so we would be back again in June timeframe to let you know how the program is working. Now, the other way of doing that is and we could do that work and come back, and that's fine. The other way of looking at that is we don't necessarily need to do that work now because the park is going to be closed. So we could set up the other areas and the other parks and trails and desert areas and go for that for the 3 months and see how that's working. And if that's working fine, then we can come back and let you know, well, it's still available for you to do hours, but this seems to be working okay, and maybe the not necessarily the difficulty, but that the other flavor of off-leash activity isn't necessarily needed at Wilbur Square. So,
Even though they won't have any choice, they'll have to go to Escalante. So kind of what you're saying is that because they're at Escalante, we don't need to do it across the street. So without even trying it, but because they're going to have to be there. And just like when you're having a show or something, you have to go elsewhere. So you're taking away that right to try and see how that works out over there for the people that like to do that. Because, like I said, I've been going there probably 30 years with my dog. So it's something that's gone on for a long time. And I would at least like to see it tried out with having the group that you were talking about, the organization, to come in and educate everybody and make sure dog droppings are picked up, that sort of thing. Because when you have no choice but to go to Escalante, then of course it's going to work over there. So that's what I heard you say, and that's what's a little concerning to me.
yeah, I just wanted to be really clear and transparent that if we do that, it would not be available until March at the earliest. So,
Right.
And I just wanted to present that for the council to discuss and then decide what you would like to do with that particular park, because it's a little different than the others.
And at Veterans Park, can they go on the Pratt Field with their leash on their dog?
The feeling was that because there are already 2 fenced-in dog parks at Veterans Park, that in the other areas and then the dogs would need to be on a leash.
Okay, so there again, the 2 parks that we have there, I know Gary Poindexter has talked about putting up a handicap parking area and 2 parking spots up top. My knee's been all mangled up, and it's hard for me to get up there, to walk up there without, especially with 2 or 3 dogs. And so I go down to See Spot Run if I do go over there. So I just think that if we're going to do some of these things and you want to do that, then we do need to have the handicap parking up there, because there's people other than myself that maybe might be in a wheelchair or might have a cane and a dog that they're walking with. And trying to walk up a hill to get into a dog run is not easy. So I think we need to come up with some kind of idea for that, because there's so many people that love Veterans Park. I've got a lot of phone calls about it. I don't know if anybody else has. And I understand at Broadbent what Julie said, that if we can come back in a period of time, but on these, that they want to see where the pool's going to be before they put a dog run in over there. But just to maybe assure people that we're going to plan and on putting a run over there and look for the funds for that. And not just say, no, you can't go over there and do what you've been doing for 30 plus years. I've been here 40-some years, so it's that long that people have been doing this. So I just think we need to come back after we try this out and see where the people, what are they missing? What do they need for their daily? Because so many of us are over 55 here in Boulder City. I think we're the largest population. And our children are all grown up and our dogs are now our children. And we enjoy that walking, and our weather is such that we can get out and walk all the time. So that's what I'd like to see us come back and really get from people, are we meeting their needs of the city? Not what we decide we want, but what are we meeting their needs?
Thank you. If I may, Mayor, just really quickly, I'll respond to a couple of those things. Regarding the additional parking and the infrastructure changes at Veterans Park, that would be a discussion for the council. It might be a separate discussion from this tonight, but for infrastructure improvements of that nature, then we would have a separate discussion. We talked about the off-leash hours at Wilbur being a pilot project, and we would hope that if that's successful, we would come back to the council, and then that's the beauty of the way that the ordinance you just passed is set up, that at any time the council could, by resolution, designate additional areas should you wish. But I guess we had brought forward these ideas based on some of the feedback that we had received earlier, and so we could start with those, and then again, Wilbur Square is a pilot project. If it's successful, that could be replicated elsewhere. With broadband, not only the location for the park, but it will be under construction for at least a year with the new pool. So with all the noise and the dust and the construction, that would be an area where you might want to wait until the pool is completed, and then we could, and then the way the ordinance is set up, it would allow you to designate an area over there if you should wish. And then that was part of the attractiveness of North Escalante Park for off-leash activity is that it's flat and accessible and plenty of parking. So for someone that might be limited in the way that they can chase their dog around on a grassy hill, then we would have that available for them as another alternative, as well as Sea Spot Run or some of the other areas in Veterans Park.
Thank you.
I just first off want to start by saying thank you to Julie and the rest of the staff who I know have been working on this. I recognize that this has come, gone, and people have come to the meetings quite a few times to listen in hopes that they would hear the thing they wanted to hear, right? So with this being said, I do have some questions and or comments and some direction. The first question being, with the bill that was passed tonight under voice direction, does that come into play immediately?
30 days, right? I think
Yes, the ordinance would not be effective until 20 days after publication.
Okay, which will be tonight, or which would be, I'm
After
sorry.
the publication's usually, I believe, the next day. The
Okay.
next day, Friday, so the effective date will be December 4th.
December 4th, thank you. Okay, so with that being said, that's quickly coming, right? So I'd like to see quick solutions to open areas that we don't leave individuals who've had the opportunity to have recreation in areas that they've had it and not really have opportunity for 6 months or whatever, wondering what's going to happen. So I like the idea of the linear park down by the flood channel. I think that makes that useful grass, and that's open. So not everyone wants to go down there, but there's a lot of people who live down in that area, and that's an option for them because they don't have an area down there. So that's an option for them. I like the idea of North Escalante being off leash the whole time because that's out there. As far as the desert areas, I've said it, and I've said it from the beginning. I'm a huge proponent for desert areas. We have so much desert area being available for the dogs to be able and their pet owners to be able to be out there. So I believe that that's a win for that. I've also been a huge proponent for park hours. I've talked about this. I don't think Wilbur Square should be opened all day because of the nature of that park. I do think there should, however, be park hours in the morning and in the evening. And for that pilot program, that's a great idea to have a pilot program. I hear so many of you saying, and I believe it 100%, how responsible you are and how you clean up and how you take care of things. And we're so appreciative of that, because in a community like that, we pay for a person to clean up dog poop, to say it, I mean, in no, plainer terms. That's, someone's on our payroll for that. And so the more we can work together to eliminate some of these situations, the better it's going to go to say, hey, yeah, this is working for us. I myself would love to see Pratt Field be open to park hours, morning and night. And I'd like to hold the applause, because I'd like to see it be a pilot program. And what that means is that in 6 months or so, we come back, we check it out. I have faith in you guys. I believe you're saying what you're saying because you are good pet owners and that you do monitor down there. Now, we come back in 6 months and there's been a problem. We're going to have to talk about that. That's going to be the truth of the matter, right? Because it has to be what's best for our community at large. That's you and the other ones that are on the other side that say that's me. So in my brain, I would like to do that before March and April. I don't see why we would need to wait until March and April if these are going in so quickly. Why can't we find solution to be able to offer opportunities quicker? Why do we have to wait till March or April? I understand what you're saying about Wilbur. There's some construction going on there. Things are happening there, and I recognize that that's problematic. I understand what you're saying about Broadbent Park, and I 100% agree with it. We have an old pool that's on an older pool, and we're not putting the new pool on either of those old pools, because then it'll sink too. So when the plans come back, we're figuring out where that pool's going, and that will interfere, and there's going to be building going on. So that just makes sense. But later on, maybe it'll make sense to come up. And then if we find these pilot programs being amazing, maybe there's options out there for us to be flexible in our small town that we love here. So that's my 10 cents, probably even 50 cents if we wanted to know.
Other comments?
Yes, thank you, Ned, and Julie, if you're watching, thank you for all the hard work that you've put in. The question I have is Veterans Park, Pratt Park. I'm not a dog owner, but I have a lot of friends that own dogs, and that seems to be a early morning, late evening, I guess, area where when I'm out there, it looks like complete control. I was out there yesterday with my granddaughter, and there was somebody on a far, far end with a dog, just throwing their ball, the dog running back, never came over to where we were. That park seems like it's already set to be in place to have it off-leash during hours. I would definitely say for hours, because there's a lot of ballparks there. You got the motor raceway over there, and we have 2 dog parks there already. But you do have a community of responsible people who have their dogs off leash at Pratt Park. So I think that's a biggie, and I agree with Koki and Sherry on hours for that one, if that's possible. Talking with you guys, if we could do that. I do think on the Hemingway Park Channel, I guess that's linear. Is that one?
Correct.
That name needs to be changed, and maybe for visitors, they will hear Hemingway, and they will have their dogs out by the sheep. So maybe if that name could be changed, that channel is a good place, obviously, for those people that live over there. They wanted something. That's a good idea. And that would be no hours, if I'm correct on that, right? So no hours there. Wilbur is great. So can the pilot start like from now until January? And then it's closed from January to March?
We're going to need a little time to set that up. So we could possibly, yeah. I'd have to
Well, it
assess.
would be status quo, I would say, until March.
Correct.
Because there's nothing set up right now. Or what is it now, on leash with hours?
Once the ordinance went into effect, then it would be on leash. and less hours were there.
Okay, and that's within the 20 days from today or whenever. Okay. Wilbur, obviously, that's a well-known, like, same thing as Veterans, that's a well-known place where people go out, and they seem, you know, to have their act together with the off-leash and on-leash. The main thing for me is always enforcement. You know, okay, I understand that we may have a group of people that will enforce it. That sounds like HOA situation where somebody may get too much authority. So I don't know how that's going to work, and hence pilot. I get that, but
Yeah, and those would be some of the things we would want to work out with the group before we implemented it. I'll say a little bit more about that in a minute. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
no. Yeah, okay, so then the enforcement, that's a big thing. And then education. So once all this gets into place, how are we telling the public? I mean, we have, what, 15,000 people in Boulder City, and there's probably maybe 30 here. So there's a lot of people that want to know one way or the other which way to go. And since they're not here, they're okay whichever way to go, but they need to be educated. So how does that work as well? So enforcement and education, if you will.
Well, we felt that we were fairly successful in our public outreach and education related to the helmets when the council passed the new helmet law. So we would follow that same template, obviously with social media, with some well-placed articles in local newspapers, and then the video seemed to be very popular. We might be able to do another one of those related to the dog parks, but definitely, within the next 20 days, if the council, we would want to have something out there in the community to let them know what the new rules were. So depending on how this conversation turns out, then we can put the different components together and have a very robust community outreach campaign for that.
And I just wanted to key on the stores, the restaurants. I know it's on leash, obviously, downtown. Inside the stores, it's up to the owner. Am I clear on that? Because right now, there's dogs off leash inside the restaurants.
That, as far as I know, that's private property. So as we heard earlier tonight, unless there was a report, then I think we wouldn't.
Well, no, I mean, if it's inside a store, they're
private property.
It's private property. Yeah. We wouldn't, it's really upon the property owner at that point. I mean, if the person didn't, if the person was being asked to leave and didn't, that'd be a different story. But typically, that's whether a dog's allowed on leash or off leash in a private property is up to the private property owner.
Okay, so I will kind of lean on Koki and Sherry. They're the dog owners. They know they're more closer to the public in that area. And I agree with all that they said. I think the only thing I'd like to see is Veteran Park have hours of off leash. Thank you, Ned.
I agree with the hours with Sherry and Denise also, that we have hours for all the parks, because that come up because we're sitting here and 2 of us have animals and 3 don't. And there might be parks that we're not aware of, that I'm not aware of, that because I mostly go over here. So I think having a pilot program and leaving it open so that if somebody is having a problem, that they can bring it to the city and say, we need some space for our dog. So I think that's a great idea, having it a pilot program and leaving those options open for discussion.
If I can
Yes.
weigh in, and I'm trying to get to something. So I'm looking at this sheet, and I'm saying, do we have consensus on a leash is required on all public areas unless otherwise designated by city council? And, I mean, we've done that.
Well, yeah, we've done.
So then we look at dogs allowed off leash, and we've already said C-Spot Run and the veterans, so we've addressed those 2 things. So we're down to the yellow now, potential off-leash areas. Do we have an issue with having dogs off-leash at North Escalante, the Linear Park, the undeveloped area west of Veterans, the desert areas surrounding Boulder City, and the El Dorado Dry Lake Bed Recreation? Do any of us have a problem with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you yielding the floor this way?
I'm
okay.
Open it up.
So this is a very complex issue because we're trying to put a genie back in the bottle that's been out for many years. And some people view the rigid, no exceptions except for in a fenced-in area as going backwards, and some view it as going forward. And I think we need to acknowledge both opinions. I think that's been expressed pretty well. By the way, I am a dog owner. I don't know, I have dogs that love to exercise and love to run. We are fortunate to have a yard large enough for exercise in addition to our walking in areas. None of what we're talking about in any park is limiting the owners from walking their dog on a leash. I think we need to remember that. Off-leash isn't the only way a dog can get exercise. Some dogs do enjoy the run, but let's not forget, especially for smaller dogs, I know my smaller dog is tired before I'm finished with the route that we go. Plenty of exercise for her. And so none of this is saying at any park we've discussed as a potential that you can't go there with your dog on a leash and walk your dog. So I think we need to remember that. So I think I'll go to your question directly, Mayor. The undeveloped area west of Veterans Memorial Park is where we had a recent discharge of a firearm within city limits due to unleashed dogs approaching a couple that was walking there. And if the last thing we need is somebody feeling the need to carry a weapon for their own protection from domestic animals in an area adjacent to a park. And I think that can't be overstated. And I think that's a grave concern. If we have people who feel that that's the only way they can ensure their safety in parks or undeveloped areas next to parks. And I think birds of a feather flock together, and I appreciate all those whose dogs are exceptionally well behaved and those who are exceptionally well aware of their dog's behaviors. I don't know, and so therefore I think since birds of a feather flock together, the view is most dogs are like the people I hang around with. The fact is that's not the case. We have many, many incidences in town where it's just, you hear an owner yelling from a distance, "My dog's friendly," as they're running at you. And that's a concern as well. Whether the dog's friendly or not isn't the matter. It's off-leash that has to be under direct supervision and control of an owner who's giving auditory or visual commands. And that isn't. And that happens all the time in our parks, all the time. So we can't forget that either. So when we talk about these areas, undeveloped area west of Veterans, I don't support that at all, because all it takes is a handful or even one or two of off-leash that are beyond the owner's even visual, where people have to feel like a concealed carry weapon is their way for safety in a desert area. That doesn't fly well in a community, especially a community as friendly and hopefully as considerate of ours. And we can't legislate consideration and kindness. We can have all the laws in the world. I think we could name multiple that exist that are followed to various degrees. The desert area surrounding Boulder City, many of those are adjacent to the homes. The neighborhoods right this direction off of Wyoming and adjacent to the homes in that area at the end there. And so those are as close to homes as anything, and is that appropriate? That's certainly where a lot of the OHV activity occurs. So we have the potential for dogs, and again, off leash, but aren't necessarily under the control of the owner. Some may be and some may not. And that's a challenge. And then if we mix the OHVs with that, is that the right choice? The El Dorado Dry Lake Bed, I think that's a highly used area often as much as any park. within city limits may be more of a variety of activities, from RC activity to overnight camping to day use to little ultralight flights to motorcycle riding. And again, the further away I think you get from the center of town, the less likely an owner is to keep track of their animal in the way that the ordinance states. So that's of concern to me. And not to discount, again, all the people that have done a phenomenal job of looking after their dogs. I mean, you can't stress that enough, because that's no easy task. And there's a lot of businesses in the valley that specifically train for behaviors that mimic service dog behaviors, off leash, but under great control. And many of the owners that are here tonight have dogs that behave in similar ways. But it's not all of them. And how many does it take to run up and knock somebody down just because it's friendly and exuberant? That's a difficult stretch for me. And even recently, we had down off the street between the holes in the back nine of the golf course, an on-leash dog on an extendo leash run up and bite a golfer in his cart. And so, I mean, you don't have to look far to find concerns. And so what, do we go to the lowest common denominator? You know, how do we help the harmony, the goodwill, and the safety of the community when it comes to domestic dog behavior? There's no easy fix. You know, don't penalize a few people for the bad actors, if you will, has been said. But on the reverse, do we protect everybody in the community because there are some bad actors? I think a serious concern of ours is not just recreation for dogs, but safety of our citizens and the responsible laws. And people do what they do. I mean, it's been said in public comment, we'll always have problems. And we know that in item 12, in the background information, animal control said it's just a difficult thing to enforce, even the current off-leash exceptions that we have had up until tonight. And yeah, we will continue to have problems even, you know, no matter what our decisions are tonight, and that's of concern. I think that's something that we can't overlook as the responsible body for creating ordinances that protect the entire community. I think that's one of our very serious responsibilities, and not to discount that. I think Wilbur Square, to touch on some comments that have been made already, is the flagship park for our community, for the downtown. And people can every day walk their dogs on leash there, and there's no infringement upon any particular right of theirs to be on the park, to enjoy the park, to socialize with their friends, to walk their dog on a leash with their friends. And the challenge is, I think people, from my observation, view Wilbur Square and Bicentennial Park as one and the same. So the behaviors that occur in one continue over to this one, the other. And so how do we differentiate between that? And there was a question asked, you know, how will we let people know? I think signs are crucial, right? We have to put signs. I mean, we've even had to say, put signs on the new pickleball courts to say dogs aren't allowed here, because some folks went there and kind of got into a tussle with staff who were there enjoying the park and saying, hey, I can have my dog here. No, you can't. So we had to have signs specifically put up to say no animals on the pickleball courts. It's a challenge. I do agree that having your dog, I have a border collie, and if I just say hello to her, she goes to get her ball because that she thinks every word means let's play ball. And I, for a couple years in socializing her early on, did go and enjoy Veterans Park, probably with some of the folks that are here today. And she didn't care about anything but that ball. And so she kind of fell into that category of, you know, she didn't care if there was a squirrel or a rabbit or a person or a dog. She just wanted to focus on that ball and me throwing it to her. But I don't do that any longer. I walk her on her leash with my other dog, and that works for us. But I do accept that folks do like to play in larger terms, in more expansive terms with their pets. We've had no discussion about Oasis Park. There's a beautiful area to the south there, which is wide open and has a fair amount of shade around the edges, and could be a potential area to discuss for hours. I do have a question after all that rambling of Mr. Thomas. Do we have any comment from our Parks and Rec staff about the favorability or disfavorability at particular parks that we're talking about tonight?
Yeah, for some of the reasons that I shared earlier, or I think I did, they would obviously prefer not to have dogs on any of the play fields. That includes the baseball and the courts, the basketball and pickleball courts. I know we heard back in July some comments from our Parks and Rec director on Pratt Field as well, since it is a field that is used for soccer quite often.
That's a play field, right? It's t-ball, it's
correct.
soccer.
Yeah,
and
fairly
other
well
activities,
used.
yeah, flag football.
Yeah, and some of that you mentioned Oasis Park, I think that's used part of the year by a private football league, I understand. But it is a large park, so they're
After school, I'm guessing?
Yeah, so those are some of the reasons why hours might apply in some of those other areas. But again, if we could try the hours out as a pilot in one or two of the areas, and then apply it, and then evaluate that, and then we could bring that back to the council and have a discussion around, should this be extended to other parks as well, is one approach.
I know when we talk about dog waste, we might default to dogs that are off leash tend to be the bigger problem, and you know, that may be the case, but I know that dogs on leash can also, owners who have dogs on leash often don't pick up after their dogs as well. And I've talked with some of the landscape crew members, and you know, they've identified some of the areas over at Veterans Park as troublesome. And they know when they're running over that stuff with the mower, they know. And so when I've asked them, they say, oh yeah, there's some problem with dog waste at Veterans Park.
I didn't go into too much detail on the idea of the community group with oversight, but oversight would include both are on the leash, off the leash, but also are you picking up after your dog?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I answered your question, Mayor, about the yellow areas. I think I might have addressed those directly. And then with a lot of ancillary comments as well. I think I'll stop right there and let the conversation continue.
Well, you're talking to a former meter reader who was bit by a dog that doesn't bite. Quote, unquote. So what we've done so far is we have said dogs should be on a leash. That's what we've said tonight. And then the issue is before us now, should there be an exception to that? And if there is an exception to that, when and where should that be? And if it is somewhere at some time, then those who don't want to be exposed to a dog that's friendly and still bites would not go there. And even though the best of intentions of an owner are still the best intentions, that doesn't mean the dog obeys that. And one of the challenges I think, and so I'm going to give a little advice. Never get between two dogs fighting. I'm a doctor, and I can tell you who gets treated. And that's one of the major problems, and dogs are still dogs, and dogs fight. And so then an owner thinks that they're going to rescue their dog, and the owner's the one that pays the price. I appreciate what you've said, Councilman. And I think it isn't soup yet to have a group identified with people who are willing to put themselves out in front of people and say, you know, I'm part of the group that, for lack of a better word, polices an area that says you can't do that here and now. And so that particular group, if it existed, would have to come into being by a lot of dedicated people who volunteer to do something in order to help people understand when and where. So the question I have then comes down, is a very basic one. Should we have areas that do not require the dog to be on leash, and if I may, but still be under voice control in some particular place? That's the basic question. And that's the question that I would say right now. Do we feel that there should be a dedicated space that the dog can be with the owner and still be under voice control?
Can I answer that? Absolutely. I think with the pilot program.
Let me just take a poll.
But I want to say that with the pilot program, and if it's not working, then we can change that. But I think with the pilot program, and adding veterans to it, because so many wanted to go there too. And if it doesn't work, then we meet again and we have that discussion and we hear why it didn't work. And I'll shut up now.
Okay. Do we feel? Go ahead.
Yes.
You know, when we're talking about pilot programs as if we're just now considering that dogs might be off leash. I mean, it's been happening for decades and decades. I think we can all know, and if you've been around at all, you can probably anticipate what's going to happen, when, and how. This isn't something new. I think the new part of what we're talking about is essentially new dog parks, just not fenced in, right? If we talk about North Escalante, off leash but still under voice and or visual command, no restricted hours other than the park hours, that's a new dog park. That's a new dog park. And people already say they don't like to go to dog parks for a variety of reasons. So are we going to get the same thing there? That some people will go there and others won't because the same reasons they don't go to the other dog parks? My guess is yes. And then Linear Park, same thing. We're creating, in essence, a new dog park. It just won't be fenced, right? That's where we're saying they can go down there and you can let your dog off leash, still need to have it under voice command or visual commands, but it's basically a dog park because there's no hours. I don't even know if that has park hours because it's not officially designated as a park, but I think you might be running into a coyote if you're there too much after dark. So we're talking about creating two basically new dog parks. Call it what you want, but that's basically what we're going to end up with, just like the two fenced-in ones we have at Veterans. And I don't have any opposition to those. I think, as was described, they're isolated enough that it could probably work. And so are we talking about a pilot program there we're going to, still have issues that we have at other dog parks. And some people will go there and some people won't because they don't like to be around dogs in dog parks for whatever the reason. And we all have our preferences with our pets. So I can live with those two. I don't know about creating any new ones because we would be basically creating new dog parks with off-leash behavior specifically designated for that. Now, if we talk about hours, then, it's a dog park for certain hours, and I think we can get there. I think staff has already said they don't like any of the play fields, including Pratt Field, as a play field. I know that's the one large open area that is most used by the folks that don't do, or that do off-leash, socializing and so forth. And so that kind of creates a vacuum. And I'm not sure what the answer is to that vacuum. Respecting staff's opinion for the play fields. So that's just more to chew on.
Well, I've been using check marks and trying to see, where we could be. You were going to say something.
Yeah, so
Councilwoman.
I see three. I see dog parks on leash everywhere, outside of those dog parks, and then parks with hours. Am I correct? So what's out there is park with hours. That has to be the consent from us to go forward. The other two are already done deals, correct?
Clarify that.
Also undeveloped desert lands.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Undeveloped desert lands
Right,
is
sorry
also
about
in
that,
there.
desert area. So actually, the only one out there is parks with hours. We have to either agree or disagree on that, because the other three are done deals.
That's not what I've been hearing from council. What I've heard from council's discussion so far is all are supportive of the fenced-in dog parks continuing being off-leash areas. There's been discussion. I would say Councilman Walton indicated support for North Escalante and the linear channel between Ville Drive and Lake Mountain Drive that's near Hemingway. Staff has recommended the El Dorado Dry Lake area, desert areas, and a Wilbur Square pilot program with park hours. But we haven't heard consensus on those options, so we still need council discussion on the El Dorado Dry Lake area, the desert areas, and a pilot program at Wilbur Square, and any other pilot programs you'd like to see. There seemed to be additional support for a pilot program at another park. Perhaps veterans was talked about, but we haven't heard any consensus on those items.
So that goes back to my check marks. So and I'm going to look around and I'm going to say, we have recognized that we have proposed in the potential yellow box off-leash areas that still have to be voice commanded to allow a virtual dog park of North Escalante Park and the linear park between Lake Mountain and Ville Drive. At least that.
Yes.
Question mark.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay.
I'm good
And
with
then
that.
we come down to Wilbur Square to have Wilbur Square used with hours. And I hate to say a pilot program because we can do whatever we want whenever we want to, whether it's a pilot or not. But the concept of a pilot reminds us that we're going to revisit it. So Wilbur Square with using hours as a criteria for when a dog could be off leash but still under voice command. Question mark.
Are you asking for the informal tally here?
right.
I'm going to say I don't support Wilbur Square off-leash if we're going to have North Escalante off-leash. Wilbur Square can be on-leash all day long. But if we're identifying a virtual dog park right there,
Then why would we
that's
be
where,
doing
that's
that?
where I'm going, yeah.
Okay. So far, I would have consensus, I'll call it, on North Escalante Park, Linear Park, as still under voice command, dogs to be able to do something, and their owners to do something. That I have consensus on.
Yes.
I'm going to try to move this along and say, is that a motion by somebody?
I think it might be helpful for staff and council to have that visual up of all the parks. Is that?
Oh, we got it.
Yeah.
May I ask, are we doing motions piecemeal?
Yep.
Okay, so you're saying this will not be the only motion?
Right.
If there's other
Yeah.
things,
Well-
but you want a piecemeal in that you want the things that you know are going to pass
Right.
be done first?
Yep.
Okay.
The matter is, there is a resolution, so at the end at least, if you're doing piecemeal for now, at the resolution, we'd like to summarize so we can edit the resolution appropriately with all of the designations. So
Okay, I'm in
Yeah.
charge.
absolutely, Mayor.
Okay.
Just, thank you.
This is what we're going to do. So do I have a motion that gets North Escalante Park and Linear Park, voice control, have dogs be there?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Is there discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Now, do we have anything else that someone wants to bring up that we can put forward in a group when we get to the resolution that we will do? Sure.
Just a question. So we have our undeveloped desert land. Would that also have signage on it, or at least an understanding, so people know? Like, if I'm out in this piece of desert right here, right, there's going to be dogs that are under voice control.
Yeah, I
So-
think we would want to put signage there on
Right.
any of the primary entrances. I don't know where those entrances are, but wherever there's a trail, we could put signage there.
I mean, because then in so doing, possibly, right, it helps other people know what they're going to encounter if they go out there, and be willing to have that as their risk, and hopefully mitigate some risk too, with them having full knowledge of that. I mean, I see risk as, in some ways, part of life. I don't know who's in the store with me at any given hour and how they're going to react. But I understand what you're saying, because these are animals and people. And people love their animals, and sometimes more than people. So I will say this, that I think if there's signage everywhere, I think then you're warned, or at least made known. It's made known.
So looking at your yellow, which ones of those desert areas are you talking about?
I'm fine with the desert areas.
Surrounding Boulder City.
I would agree, El Dorado Dry Lake Bed, I think, has a multitude of different activities on it, and that it would be hard.
So you're okay with the undeveloped area west of Veterans Memorial Park and the desert areas surrounding Boulder City?
Yes,
Both of those?
yes.
And is that a motion?
Mayor, I have a question on that
Let's
one.
have more comment,
Okay.
discussion.
We haven't, and it's not for discussion tonight, but there's a whole OHV community that rides bikes. How does that fare with signs for dogs and them? Or is that something you want to put off for another time? Because I know it's happening already, but I just want to throw that out there, that there are people out in that area as well.
Yeah. So
So
let's
when you're
focus.
voting, just
Let's
keep that on-
focus.
keep
Let's
that in
just
mind.
focus on the undeveloped area west of Veterans Memorial Park where a gun was used, and the desert areas surrounding Boulder City. Is there a consensus on using one or both of those areas?
Are you just talking the last two, not the third one?
not the fifth one, just the
Okay, yeah.
third and fourth.
I'm good with those.
I definitely cannot support the undeveloped area around Veterans Memorial Park, especially since somebody just had to fire a weapon in city limits to protect themselves from off-leash dogs.
For the record, neither am I. But.
And I believe, I would like to see, if we're going to say the desert area surrounding Boulder City, that fourth bullet point, I would like to put that on a time frame and come back and revisit, because my sense is, if we make that more official, we're probably going to have more encounters, and hopefully none of them are, violent encounters out there. It may be happening already, and this may be a moot discussion about that. But, if we're making an official act by the legislative body of the city, then I think we're going to own whatever happens out there. And I'm not comfortable owning that.
And that includes the desert areas surrounding Boulder City.
Yeah, but I may be in the minority on that one.
No,
but nevertheless, I'm
just
making that
clarifying.
statement. Yeah.
So we have a non-consensus on 3 and 4 on the desert areas. Yes.
No, I was for it.
You're one person.
Okay.
You're another person.
And are you?
The undeveloped area west of Veterans and Memorial Park, I am not in agreement with, only because there's other people out there.
So that's not
Okay.
consensus.
But you didn't get my vote?
Yeah. So we're not voting.
Okay.
We're discussing.
We're just talking, okay.
Yeah, we're just discussing. So, on the desert, so we don't have consensus on the undeveloped area by Veterans Park. I don't think we have the consensus on the desert areas surrounding Boulder City. So bottom line is, we have our opinions that are, fortunately, we come together as a council and we're one body, and what we decide works, no matter who we are, what we did. I've had at least one person uncomfortable with any of the desert undeveloped area, and I'm torn that same way as far as control. But I can get to the desert areas surrounding Boulder City as opposed to the one surrounding or west of Veterans Park.
Can I say something?
Yep.
Out there in the desert, I've been going out for a long time, four-wheeling and stuff like that, taking the dogs. We've had some big dogs now, we're littler dogs, but everybody takes their dogs out and they run out in the desert, and I don't know how our people that do animal control can hunt these people down, because we're in a four-wheel out there in the desert having a great time. And I would hate to think that they're driving around out there to look for people to ruin their day over something like that, because it goes on all the time. If you spend any time out there on a four-wheel or out there hiking, like out behind my house, Gary walks out there all the time, walks up on the hill where the flag is. So it just seems to me, and the dogs are off leash, it just seems it's natural for a dog to be off leash when you're out walking in the desert.
So Cokie, you're saying the OHV community does not have a problem with dogs off leash out there?
I don't see.
That was my question.
My question is just, or my answer is really, how do we enforce it? I know we've got one
So I'm going to take over for a moment.
four-wheeler, but
City attorney, what's our liability?
I'll give you the classic attorney answer. It depends. But typically, when if a dog bites someone, it's really a civil matter between the dog owner and the person who was bit. And typically, under principles of tort law, the dog owner is not usually liable unless they had noticed that the dog was a danger and then failed to take precautions. And then so property owner liability, there's a lot of set of factors that go into that. Because the primary liability is really on the dog owner, and if the dog owner had notice of their dog potentially being aggressive.
Let me ask it this way. If we give permission for something to do and there is an incident, do we, the city of Boulder City, having done that, have liability?
No. I mean, the city, just by virtue of allowing off-leash activity, that does not create really a risk of liability.
Okay. Thank you. So we have the desert areas surrounding Boulder City. We don't have consensus on that one either, number 4 bullet point, correct?
I'm good with that one.
So we have consensus so far on the 2 bullet points, but none of the other 3 bullet points.
Can we make a motion to see if there is enough to pass it?
Yep, you can make a motion.
Okay, I move to use the desert area surrounding Boulder City as under voice control area.
And I'll second that.
Any discussion?
I just have a question of the person who made the motion. Would you be willing to amend it to be revisited in a period of months to assess whether we've had any reports of confrontations or any increase?
Willing, but I also want to state for the record that I believe any of this at any time can come back if we want to bring it back. I mean, that's my opinion, that this isn't a long-term thing if that happened, right?
I don't disagree.
And you and I would and all of us, I think, would say, let's bring this back.
If you're willing, if you're not, that's fine. We can just bring
I
it.
would like to see all of it brought back in 6 months to see how this is going in general, because I feel like this is new to us, and I, with it being new to us, that in 6 months, all of these things that we are getting ready to do should be revisited.
So that could be encompassed in that
That
final
motion.
resolution that we
Or-
do.
or the resolution,
Okay,
yeah.
so then
Yeah.
I rescind my request.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So can you make your motion?
Yeah, I just said that I would like to see, thought I was still on, sorry. That I would like to see the undeveloped area, the desert area surrounding Boulder City be used for under voice control.
Okay. And that was seconded.
I agree.
Any discussion? Say aye.
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 And that is unanimous. Thank you. And so, having looked at that, then we come down to the potential of off-leash hours at Wilbur Square. Is there feelings about that?
I'll say something.
Go ahead.
I've been going down there for as long as I can remember, and I have never once seen a dog fight or a problem. Most of the time, the dogs are just playing with each other. So I could be the rare person, but I have not witnessed a problem over there ever when I was down there, only when I was down there.
Because Wilbur is such a popular area, is there any way that the chief could give us maybe any statistics on Wilbur?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, Brandon's here too.
I brought my statistician, and he informs me they've had no issues at Wilbur Square in recent history. Over the past 7 or 8 years, we didn't go that far back. We just looked at the last data request was over the last year, basically. And so within the last year, we have not.
Thank you.
Could you tell us how many dog bites you've had this year? In the last year?
So from the first of this year from the first of this year to current, we've had 26 dog bites in the city.
Okay, and were they on leash, off leash? Do we have stats on that?
Sorry, go ahead. 21 of them occurred either at an owner's property or residence, and then the others just occurred in various parks and areas in the
So
city.
that would be 5, right? If you had 26, you had 5 that happened outside of.
I'd just like to bring one thing forward on dog bite data. So according to the American Veterinary Medical Association and the CDC, they estimate through studies they've done nationwide that between 50 to 75% of all dog bites on humans are unreported. And they have a whole series of list of why those are unreported. They have no data on dog bites, dog on dog. We have no reason to believe that our data is any different than anywhere else. I'm sure the good doctor knows that they see dog bites. We never hear about them. Sometimes they get reported to us. There have been people who have come up here and testified that they've been bit and they never bothered to call us. So while we have 25, assume for everyone we have, there's 50 to 75% at least that were never reported for those numbers. And that's the best data we could find to help you make your decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have, go ahead. You have something? Okay, all right. So where were we? We were trying to get Wilbur Square as to a time period, or just Wilbur Square? Did I have a motion yet?
Wilbur Square with hours.
With hours.
With hours.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, may I clarify? I've just been thinking
Sure.
about that. So because of the upcoming construction on there, it's a little problematic, but because this will go into effect December the 4th, then between now and then, we could put something quick together. We would only have a month, well, it might be a little bit longer than that, but December into January, that we could do some type of a pilot at Wilbur. And then we'll be on hiatus until March, and then we come back. So, but if we're talking about a 6-month review, then once the construction is done, we could continue what we started, and then that would give us an adequate time frame to come back to the council with some data and analysis.
What would your motion be?
Yes. Oh, I would make a motion on Wilbur Square with hours on a pilot program from December to January, and then again, after the construction is done, we'll revisit it.
I'll second.
Long motion, but that would be it.
Quick clarification, if we're going to do that, I might add that we would need the detail of what would the council like those hours to be. I have some suggestions if you'd like, or if the council wants to discuss, then we would suggest AM hours and a period of time, and then similar in the afternoon.
Early AM, 5:30 to 7.
Is
When
your-
does the sprinklers come on? That's usually, it seems like it's before the sprinklers come on, morning, so that's early morning. And then I'm not sure about late evening because there's a lot of visitors that are out there in the evening.
I want to hear what he had to say.
So give me your hours that you want.
5 to 7 AM.
Or 5.
What time do the sprinklers come on normally? They're not out there during that time. Is that like 8 o'clock?
The long answer about the pressure within the system, and it's at the top of the system.
So the time that we set, the sprinklers would come on after. So
They
if I-
will, but not over the entire park, so they would have to avoid whenever they come on. But we were looking at 5 to 8 in the morning.
That sounds good,
and
5
then-
to 8.
And then
I
in
just
the
didn't want the
afternoon,
sprinklers to pop up.
current standard time, it would be like 3 to 5 when it gets dark, so.
Are there hours of the evening?
If you want.
At Wilbur?
Yeah.
As a city park, the city has closed its parks from what
10
time?
PM.
The regular hours, I believe, are 10 p.m. I have that
Yes,
somewhere
10
here.
PM is when the park's closed.
Yeah, I think it's 6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
I think it's 5 AM to 10 PM. It's 5 a.m. Yeah, it is, yes.
Our hours are 5 a.m. to 10 p.m.
So your motion,
So my motion would be Wilbur Square with morning hours from 5 to 8 and evening hours 6 to 10?
Oh, we were doing in the afternoon before dark, so either
Okay,
way.
before dark.
3 to 5.
And what time is that?
3 to
Some of
5.
3 to 5?
That would work.
So the motion that I'm hearing is that Wilbur Square will be off-leash hours available still under voice command as a pilot from 5 to 8 in the morning and 3 to 5 in the afternoon. And that will be revisited at 6 months will give us time, 2 months before
Yes.
and 3 months after.
And 3 months after.
So that would be what it would be. So is that your motion?
Yes, sir, perfect.
Okay. And is there discussion on that motion before we put it into everything else?
Was there any discussion, I know the motion didn't include it, but the notes said partner with a community group for oversight. Are we not going to consider that at this point then?
My personal opinion is we don't have time to get it going before the other. But you want to put it in your motion? Denise?
I wanted to hear what Sherry had to say first.
Okay.
I was just contemplating that people get off work at 5. Is it possible if you wanted to come bring your dog right after work, that maybe our hours could be 4 to 6 or something? Is it still light at 4? You know what I'm saying? I was just trying to accommodate people who may, right when they get home off of work, want to come out, walk their dog for a moment.
I think we need to not lose sight that you can go to Wilbur Square anytime you want with your dog on leash.
Right.
That's correct.
So this isn't limiting,
Right.
except for the dogs on leash. So I'm just interested in the motion now.
5 to 8, 3 to 5.
Okay, and we've had discussion now. Go ahead.
I'd like to see the evening also changed to 6 o'clock because it gives them 3 hours in the morning, 3 hours in the evening time to allow your dog to interact with other dogs and have that time.
Mayor, may I offer a few options for council's consideration? One thing the staff was asking to wait until March was because part of the direction was to work with a community group, and where we have seen park hours be successful in other jurisdictions that we've talked to is when there's a strong partnership with a community group. And so if we waited to make this effective in March, that would allow us time to work with that community group to facilitate that, and we could then work with that community group to find the ideal hours that suit them as well. Additionally, you could also delegate to staff to designate the hours based on seasonal, because if this is going to be a long-term designation, we'd probably want hours to be adjusted based on daylight savings time. So the council could set those hours tonight, or you could delegate it to staff, or if we want to make it effective in March, we could work with that community group to really find what hours those people are frequenting the park and what hours works for them. So it's just a few options to think about as you're making this decision.
So this, from now till January, I think, as construction starts, would be just what it is right now, just status quo.
They're on leash.
Yes.
On leash, right.
Everybody's on leash.
That's right. So it's on leash right now, and you're saying not until after the construction, so we could have the community group set hours. Like,
Yeah.
we could set the hours tonight, and then the change would be whatever the pilot group says in March or at the end of construction.
Yeah, the idea would be to not allow the staff's recommendation would be to not allow the off-leash activity until March, because one of the concerns that staff had too was you're allowing it and then taking it away because the park's going to be closed. So that's why we also wanted the additional time So what you could do is have it effective in March, and the hours to be determined by staff in consultation with the community group. You could put that. Or you could designate the hours tonight. I mean, the resolutions can always come back too for adjustment. So I just wanted to give food for thought. It's really up to council. And you could designate it going forward right now if you'd like to.
So we haven't come to the resolution yet, by the way. Okay?
Yes.
This is
discussion.
seeing what we feel now about Wilbur Square. Basically, it's about Wilbur Square. Do we want Wilbur Square open for off-leash? Who cares what hours? And if we do want Wilbur Square open for off-leash, still under voice command, that's the gist of what we're trying to do now. In the resolution that we make, then we have to make the resolution that does Wilbur Square, North Escalante, Linear Park, and we need to put all of those together for one resolution. Right now, we're just trying to figure out Wilbur Square. We may be trying to do too much right now with what we have, all the things that are at play. So my question is, do we want Wilbur Square even involved with off-leash? And then if they're hours, then yes, they're hours. So the motion that you're making is Wilbur Square off-leash under voice command from the hours of 5 to 8 and 3 to 5, or whatever
5 to 8,
hours,
3 to
or
6.
if you even want to mention the hours, because you can have staff come up with the hours. It may be complicated because when we get to the resolution, we're gonna have to have staff figure it out anyway.
Well, it sounds like it's going to be complicated. Might as well wait till March
Yeah.
on Wilbur Square. If it's going to be that complicated.
So your motion will be to allow Wilbur Square under voice command to be open to dogs irrespective of hours that will be determined later.
That's correct.
Is there a second? There's already a second, but we have amended the motion.
Who was the second?
I seconded. Can you one more time say your motion?
So Wilbur Square, right now, under voice command. Okay, you can have the dogs off leash from 5 to 8 and then 3 to 6 without the partner community group oversight, because that will come on March.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
That motion passes with a 4-1 vote. And that brings us to, then, the resolution.
Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
I would like to open up the discussion leading to a possible motion. We haven't provided for the opportunity to fill in the vacuum for the folks who are probably one of the most responsible groups for their pets who have up to this point utilized Pratt Field. I'd like to have the discussion to have a provision to maybe get a community group identified for them to work with staff to find alternatives and leave that between staff and the group. But just to have that conversation and not shut the door entirely.
Did you say Pratfield?
Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't hear what you said.
And if you'd like, I'll just make a motion on it.
Go for it.
So for our discussion here before the final resolution, I'll make a motion that we direct staff to work with what we'll call a community group that was focused on Pratfield off-leash uses, and work with them to find some alternatives to bring forward to council to consider as another dog recreation area.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded, discussion. I'll say it, I don't like what dogs do on Pratt Field where kids kick balls.
Yeah, I didn't intend this to find a solution for Pratt Field itself, but just the owners who are currently using it. It may be a different park, or it may be nothing at all, but direct staff to work with them to see if there is a solution.
So your motion is to have staff work with people who are looking for a place to,
To replace Pratt Field, yeah,
as a place to,
as a dog recreation area, as we've defined these others, off-leash behaviors, yeah.
like Oasis Park.
Or
something.
whatever they
Yeah.
come up with,
Okay.
yeah.
So you'd like to direct staff to work with dog owners to figure out where they could be other than Pratt Field,
Right.
Well, not other than, just.
or Pratt Field.
Yeah, whatever they come
Okay.
up with.
So is there a second?
I second it.
And then the discussion, can you say again what your vision is with the motion?
To see if there's alternatives for that group that have heretofore used Pratt Field, and to see if there's alternatives or other types of solutions that would be amenable, that could then be brought to council for consideration.
Okay, any other discussion?
Mayor, may I ask a quick clarifying question? Time frame for that, could we do that at the same 6-month time frame with, we had heard bringing some other things back within 6 months, or is that too long?
That works for the purposes of the motion, if that's what you're seeking.
Yeah.
And I'll second that.
Okay.
Other discussion, go ahead.
I'm just wondering if it needs to be 6 months that we bring it back. Do you think you need 6 months to discuss with that group alternative?
Yeah, it may be sooner than that. I just was trying to give it a boundary. If we're bringing the other items back, I was just going to put it all together with that. But if we're done sooner than that, we can certainly bring it back sooner.
Okay, I'd like to see it sooner myself, so.
We got a motion.
We have a motion, we have a second, and then we discuss.
And the motion doesn't do a time frame.
I have written not later than 6 months.
Not later than. That works.
I'll second that.
All right. Any other discussion? All those.
So
in-
right now, on leash, Pratt Field. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. It's unanimous, thank you. So that brings us to the resolution. So Madam City Attorney, you want to tell us what we've done so far that puts it into a resolution?
Yes, we've had, the resolution before you today would designate additional off-leash areas. Staff had suggested several recommendations. We've had a motion and consensus on the fenced-in dog parks at Veterans Memorial. We've had a motion and consensus on desert areas surrounding Boulder City. We've had a motion and consensus on the linear park channel between Ville Drive and Lake Mountain Drive. And we've had consensus on North Escalante Park as being off-leash at all times. We've had a motion and consensus on Wilbur Square effective immediately during the hours of 5 to 8 a.m. and 3 to 6 p.m. And we've added an additional, now therefore be it resolved that staff is directed to identify and work with a group that attends Pratt Field to find alternatives for dog recreation for that location to be brought back to City Council not later than 6 months. In the resolution, staff had also recommended El Dorado Dry Lake area and the undeveloped land west of Veterans Memorial Park, south of Boulder Creek Golf Course, but those areas were not brought up or considered, so we would remove those from the resolution.
Correct. Anyone have questions about the resolution?
Can I ask one question? I'm sorry. So we're accepting all of these parks?
No.
No,
Which one are we not accepting?
not the undeveloped area west of Veterans.
Oh, okay.
Not the dry lake bed.
And not the dry lake bed?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, so,
Repeat the
yes, I
resolution.
can, yes. So the resolution, we would remove El Dorado dry lake bed. We would remove El Dorado dry lake area, and we would remove the undeveloped land west of Veterans Memorial Park, south of Boulder Creek Golf Course from the resolution. We would include in the resolution as off-leash areas at all times, the fenced-in dog parks at Veterans Memorial Park, the desert areas as indicated on the map attached to the resolution, the linear park between Ville Drive and Lake Mountain Drive, which is the channel near Hemingway Park, and North Escalante Park, and then Wilbur Square effective immediately during the hours of 5 to 8 a.m. and 3 to 6 p.m. Then we would add an additional, be it further resolved that staff is directed to identify and work with the group that attends Pratfield to find alternatives for dog recreation to be brought back for City Council consideration not later than 6 months from tonight.
So moved.
So is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I do have one that I may have missed. The desert areas surrounding Boulder City,
Yeah. It's in there.
that's a no?
That was included. That is a yes.
Oh, okay,
That's
thank
in the
you.
resolution.
Sounds good.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. It is passed unanimously. We will take a recess. I love this council.
Do you like all my talking? No. I'm sorry. I'm very passionate about this.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back. And we're on item number 13. We're on item 13. We're still on item 13.
Get right in it.
Item 13. Well, I'm on now. Yours isn't on.
Yeah, I'm ready. Whoa. Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Item 13 before you today is Bill number 2090. This would amend Boulder City Municipal Code Title 7, Chapter 3, Animal Control, to create a breeder permit and establish regulations for the breeding of dogs and cats and make conforming changes to our business license code. Boulder City Municipal Code generally requires all animals to be spayed or neutered. However, there has been a loophole in our code that says there is an exception if the person holds a valid breeder's permit. This has operated as a barrier to enforcement of our current spay and neuter law if an individual says they wish to breed their animal, because our code does allow an exception for breeding, yet does not have any parameters on the regulation of breeding within our code. That is why the city staff began looking at our code to model other jurisdictions and see what we could and could not do with respect to regulating breeding. In reviewing the applicable state laws, we determined that there is a state law in place that we believed operated as a preemption on local government's ability to prohibit breeding altogether. So we asked the Attorney General for an opinion interpreting state law to ensure that my interpretation was correct, and we held off on making any more changes until we had that opinion. Once we got that back, the Attorney General's opinion was, the Attorney General agreed with my opinion that the state law does preempt the city from prohibiting commercial breeding altogether, but did allow the city to prohibit breeding as a hobby, which means for no it's getting late. Yes, that's a difficult. For money, you can breed. You can't prohibit breeding for money, but you can prohibit breeding for no money. Is what that means. So in light of that opinion, on July 8th, we brought an item back to council to get further direction on how to regulate breeding within our city, what you wanted us to do, and we received direction from council to regulate breeding within our community, but there had to be certain parameters. If breeding a female dog, the person has to occupy a space providing no less than 40 square feet per dog being bred. So for 3 animals, which is the maximum under this proposal, there would have to be 120 square feet indoor space dedicated to that animal, and 1,000 square feet total of quality outdoor space, which is adequately shaded in order to breed. And the person must occupy a residence with clean and healthy, safe environment with adequate feed, water, and shelter that is properly heated or cooled. And the person must consent to an inspection by animal control of the premises to determine their compliance on the initial permit as well as annually. A business license must be obtained, and the person must have no previous violations of the Boulder City Code or state law in order to qualify for breeding. Fines for breeding without a permit were directed by council to be at $500 for the first violation, $750 for the second violation, and $1,000 for the third and subsequent violations. In addition, each dog or cat being bred must be at least 2 years of age and may only have 1 litter every 2 years. Each puppy or kitten may not be sold until they're 8 weeks of age, and there must be a written sales contract requiring the purchaser to keep the puppy or kitten current on rabies vaccinations and have a microchip registered with the city where the purchaser is domiciled. So that's what this bill would accomplish before you today. It would be the strictest ordinance in Southern Nevada regulating breeding within our community. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Any questions?
What if you have a male dog, a stud dog? How does that apply in here? You can have 3 stud dogs?
Yes, the limit would still apply if you want to keep your animal intact, meaning not spayed or neutered. The minimum space requirements would not apply because the animal being a male is not anticipated to have puppies, so we only applied the minimum space requirements to female animals.
So I have a male dog and I don't want to castrate him, so I just get a breeder's license?
Yes, you can do that.
Okay. That's my biggest problem with this whole thing here, is not tough enough. To be honest with everybody, I'm absolutely opposed to breeding. I wish we didn't have to have it. I think the breeding ordinance should be very, very tough and hard to find a place to go to. That's why I think it should be up in Bee Hill, where the agricultural area is, where the breeding of animals go on all the time. But instead, you can breed a dog anywhere in Boulder City that you have 1,000 square feet, and any male dog you want to keep intact, all you have to do is get a breeding permit. And I think that's not healthy for us. And that's what I have to say.
Just one question. There's no limit within, I guess, a city block or whatever, how many breeders can be in that city block? Like 3 houses in a row could have breeding licenses?
Under this proposal, it would be possible for 3 houses next to each other to have breeder permits. They would also have to meet all of the minimum space requirements and additional obligations.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask where that is, where it says the 3 houses? Is it?
I just brought that up as an example.
Oh, but is it in here? We don't?
No, it's not in
Okay.
the bill. It's just.
I'm sorry, I thought you said there was that, and I thought I didn't read it right.
No, I'm sorry. I brought that up as an example just to ask the question because I didn't know if I was being understood in the way that I said, in that block there, could you? I just was wondering, do we limit within like 1,000 square foot of another breeder there cannot be another breeder or whatever. And no, you can do it, is what she said.
Yes, at the July 8th meeting, we did discuss a number of ways to limit the number of permits. We discussed having breeding only occurring in the larger zones within our zoning code. We discussed having minimum distance requirements. That is something that jurisdictions do say for like Airbnb. There's a certain minimum distance that they can't be too close together. That was all discussed at the council meeting, but the council did not direct staff to include those in this bill. We certainly could, though we'd have to do the business impact statement and bring that back.
I forgot to bring this up. I got the RJ, I read this all the time, and Las Vegas is very opposed to all these animals that are being euthanized and everything. And so I just love their mayor for that. And they're doing, you can't sell cats and dogs, potbelly pigs, guinea pigs, those sort of things at pet stores. And in the next 3 years, they're giving them 3 years to phase out, but after that, no more in pet stores to try to eliminate this problem. So I think it is really, truly a big problem, all these animals being euthanized. And if we can make this tougher, then I think it would be absolutely wonderful that we could make it tough to be a breeder. And I know a lot of people that have their male dogs that do not want to castrate them and want to keep them intact. The easy way to do that. So anyways.
So what you're saying is we limit the number of breeders simply by economics, as opposed to we can't set a limit as how many breeders there are in the city?
Under this proposal, the breeding would be somewhat limited because you would have to meet certain criteria in order to qualify. So it wouldn't simply be allowed in any household. You'd have to have the minimum space requirements, pay the required fees. The fees are proposed at $250 for your initial permit, for the breeder permit, and then you'd have to get your business license, which is about $80. So there's a lot of criteria you have to meet before you'd be able to get a breeder's permit.
So the Attorney General didn't say you could outlaw breeding?
The Attorney General opined we could not outlaw breeding, but we could regulate it and limit it in that way.
Okay.
Do you like the agricultural area, or you like to see it everywhere as a person?
So the Attorney General says we couldn't outlaw breeding.
That's correct.
You don't care where they're at then? Okay.
So, any other questions?
I don't know much about breeding, but kind of going back to Sherry's example of the 3 houses. Now, the zones are, I forget what they are, but I remember talking about it, and I remember that they were larger areas, or what do you call it, plots, houses, big houses with lots of land. So it's not like you're in the girl streets and every 3 houses can breed, because that's not zoned for it. Can you tell me which one's a zone? I was looking through here, or if you could maybe tell me where in Boulder City they would be allowed, because you mentioned Bee Hill, but that's not the area, obviously.
Everywhere,
So it's everywhere. So it could be in the girl streets as well.
as long as they have 1,000 square feet.
Yes, there would be no zoning restrictions in this ordinance. We did provide that as an option to City Council in July, but the direction from City Council was that the minimum space requirements were enough to limit the areas where it's occurring, because there does still have to be a minimum of 1,000 square feet, so breeding couldn't be allowed like in multifamily. You'd have to have a lot with 1,000 square feet in order to have breeding. And our animal control supervisor's here. I mean, he can certainly talk about how much breeding he has seen, and if you have more questions for him, he can help answer those.
Okay, and then I just wanted to kind of go back what Cookie was saying about she would have to get a breeder's license because her dog, your male dog.
If you want to keep your male dog intact, you just get a breeder's license.
So everybody with a male dog would have to get a
The
breeder's
people that want to keep
license.
them intact, yes.
Yes, anyone who doesn't want to spay or neuter their pet would have to get a breeder's permit, even if they don't intend to
And
breed.
how much is the permit?
It would be $250 annually or $250 for the initial, and then your business license. If you're not going to actually sell any puppies, I don't know that you need a business license, but so it would be $250 to get the breeding permit, and then annually it's $100 plus the fee for inspection, which we have estimated at an hour of staff time, which is about $40. So it'd be about $140 a year after your initial permit.
Are those fees strong enough to since we have to have this law or this ordinance in place, are those fees strong enough to, is it easy to, it seems like they're pretty low, $250 to become a breeder.
Yeah, with the business impact statement, you could certainly raise them. We would have to redo the business impact statement if they're over 500, because the business impact statement contemplated, I believe, them being 500
But
or
they
more.
can be raised to 500.
Yeah, I'd have to check the notice, because we did have to do 2 of them. I think we did. Well, that's more on the fee part too, so that's a separate part. I can answer that. But yes, we'd have to redo the business impact statement if it's higher than what we put in there, because there'd be additional impact to businesses that we'd have to consider.
Okay.
So you're saying that if we wanted to change this to be more onerous, we would have to come back and do this. But right now, if we didn't do this, then we don't have a breeder's permit, and anybody who breeds is doing it illegally.
Not exactly, because right now our code says you have to spay or neuter your pet unless you have a breeder's permit. So someone could argue that they do want to breed, but there's no way to get a breeder's permit. So we're somewhat in a catch-22 to hold that person accountable for failure to spay or neuter when our code does contemplate breeding being allowed.
So what you're saying is we need to pass this as is right now if we don't want people to breed more and more and more.
Passing this would help us eliminate breeding illegally, yes.
Does that help?
Yes, that helps, but to pass it now, we cannot change the figures. Like, you can't make it more stringent. Like, if you wanted to make it 500 instead of 250,
you'd have to come back.
You'd have to come back. Is that basically?
If you wanted to increase the fees larger than what we noticed in the business impact statement, yes, it'd have to come back.
Okay, can they be changed at another time after this is approved?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, because it sounds like you have to approve it. Okay, we have to do that for state law. But if we wanted to make it more onerous for somebody to breed, then we would increase those fees. That's the only way I could think of it, to, because we cannot not do it. It sounds like our hands are forced.
Well, the state law has required us to adopt an ordinance to regulate breeding since 2011 or 13. So we definitely want the council to be comfortable with the policy too. It's not that you're being forced to pass this. But this has gone before council now the 3rd time, and in July, this was the ordinance that was directed to be written.
I would accept a motion.
I'll move to approve Bill, oh golly, I need my glasses. 2090.
Is there a second? The motion's died without a second.
Mayor, if I may. As we consider the realities and the practicalities, anybody that's wanted to keep their pet intact has been able to do so for decades. This isn't going to force people to spay or neuter their dog. The hypothetical that if you want to keep your male dog intact, just go down and pay $250, they're just not going to get their dog spayed or neutered, period. And they're already doing that. There's plenty of animals around here that are not spayed or neutered, and this isn't going to drive people to that. And whatever breeding has been going on, illegal as it may be, it's been going on. I don't think passing this is going to create a sudden mecca of licensed legal breeding in Boulder City. We're not going to become the destination for dog breeding. I just don't see that as occurring. People are doing what they're doing, and they've been doing it for decades. I think we're setting something that's reasonable for an individual who wants to be able to be legitimate, get a license, and do their thing. And then that's all that we're accomplishing here. We're not going to create people's behaviors to change that haven't changed for decades since they've been having dogs here and cats in Boulder City. And that's why I don't have a problem with this. We've talked about it 3 meetings now. We've presented bills, and we're just going to go round and round. And we're still not without, or we still don't have a breeding regulation. So somebody who wants to be legit does it on a legit basis rather than just doing it as hobby, which we know has been going on in town enough. And not that I endorse that, but we have to face the reality of what behaviors are of people. And this helps us create a legal avenue for people to be able to do it in the right way, be inspected, have limitations, and really be responsible, because it's kind of like we're driving them to an irresponsible place, those folks that are doing it already. And I agree with all the statements that have been made. We've got lots of animals that need loving homes, and any euthanizing of pets is a tragedy. But I don't think this is relevant to that, honestly. I think people are still going to do what they're going to do. And this is just providing an opportunity for people to be legal and responsible. And I just don't think we're going to have an increase. Just like we had people who had more than the legal amount of dogs before we passed the ordinance that limited the number of dogs in a residence, all the people that were doing that were already doing it. And we didn't have a whole lot of folks come. And matter of fact, I think there was only one person that came and got a permit to have more than the regulated amount of dogs. And so, all the people in town that have more than the regulated amount just never came down to get a license to have it. And I think that's the same here. I think just going round and round is just spinning our wheels, and it will lead to anything productive. We've done it enough already. I think we need to let people who want to be responsible and get licensed and show that they're responsible about it and have the inspections, provide an avenue for them. And there's just, there's no way to change the behavior of the other people that are already doing what they're doing. So I'd like our council to reconsider not addressing it again and pushing it off to something else, whatever that might be.
To clarify, do we, according to the Attorney General, have to have a breeder's permit license requirement?
We are required by state law to regulate breeding, yes. It doesn't have to be in this form that's before you today, but we do, under state law, have to have an ordinance to regulate breeding.
And we don't.
And we do not. We just refer to a breeder's permit, but there's no way to get one. There's no regulation in place.
Go ahead.
I have to agree that we're not going to be able to go into everyone's houses and regulate what they're doing as far as spay or neutering. So I guess my concern is a little bit is I wouldn't want my neighbors on both sides of me breeding too. I mean, we have to ask, what are we asking our community to possibly live with? And if you have multiple animals on both sides of you, that could be concerning. I know it's once every 2 years, so maybe it doesn't last that long. I think that's one of my concerns, maybe, is just I don't want to push, I don't want to kick this football any further down the field either, but I definitely want to make sure what we put in is livable. Also, for the people who aren't choosing to breed, which live next door.
I think, as you made a reference, in other communities that have regulated short-term rentals, there have been a multitude of lawsuits in the regulation of those and the location, and how do you limit and how do you pick who you limit. And then that creates its own set of problems. I just truly don't believe we're going to have people that are breeding are already doing it, and there's that one person 2.5 years ago that asked. And I think that's, if that person still lives in Boulder City, is probably the one person that's going to get a license and start breeding in a responsible manner. If neighbors are already breeding, they're going to continue to do it. And I just don't see suddenly somebody saying, oh, I can do it legal now. Let's have an influx of breeders. I just think we need to be realistic about this. I would just, you could push me over with a feather if we had 2 people in the next 12 months that applied to be a legal breeder and went through the entire process. I just don't see that as anything that's going to change in our town. I just think we need to, get this done for our, for the one person and to comply with state law that's been in place for 14 years or whatever. So.
Our animal control supervisor is here to talk about issues he's seen with breeding in our community, if that would be helpful to council.
I would like that.
I know it looked like council.
Before he gets here, you've said that the Attorney General's opinion is that we are required by state law to regulate breeding.
That's correct.
Can we just say we don't allow breeding?
No.
So we have to allow for breeding either for $100,000 or $250 or $500 for them to get a license. So we are required by state law to allow for breeding.
Yes, for commercial breeding, yes.
And inasmuch as we are required to do that, there's no stipulation that we have to have 2.5 miles between breeder places or anything, as long as we have a ordinance that says this is our breeder's permit process.
Correct. We can limit where it occurs, and
We
yes.
can do whatever we want, but we have to have something
That's right.
that says we have
That's
to do
correct.
it. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Obviously, it's not a secret that everywhere in the valley, across the nation, there is a crisis as far as overpopulation in shelters. So I just want to reiterate that again, it's a nationwide crisis with animals that are unwanted, unfortunately, and end up in our shelters. So there's no doubt there's overpopulation. So if there's anything I can answer for you, I'd love to help.
So how many people do we have breeding in Boulder City?
So far this year, we have received 4 litters of puppies. There's a lot more going on. I would imagine that we are not aware of. The exact number I can't give you, but it is going on.
Okay.
I have a question. Right now, the way that it is, if somebody is breeding, do you have any way to stop them from breeding?
So as of now, we do have our ordinance that requires every cat and dog to be spayed or neutered. So we can issue a citation for not having their animal spayed or neutered.
Okay, but what about all the puppies?
No, there's nothing we can do as far as, unless they're over the age of 5 months and they still have them, then at that point they would be required to be spayed and neutered as well.
How do you guys find people that are breeding and that are not supposed to be breeding?
A lot of times, just neighbors will say there's a lot of nuisance barking going on, or there's a large number of animals, and then we'll investigate and determine whether or not they're in violation.
And how often in Boulder City do we find, like where Frankie came from, where these hoarding families?
Last year we had a hoarding case, but it was not involved, did not involve dogs. So this year we have not had a large hoarding situation, thankfully. But again, breeding definitely can get out of hand, especially with cats. So it's something that we do, want to investigate and make sure that it's not getting out of control.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Is, whether it's one dog or 5 dogs, is excessive barking a citable offense?
It can be, yes. We typically, of course, work with the dog owner and the complainant to resolve the situation.
Right.
But if it continued, a citation could potentially be issued.
Right. So there is a means of ensuring that at least it's a peaceable activity.
Correct.
Especially if it's a licensed activity.
Right.
Thank you.
If you receive 3 puppies and you know where they came from, you go back to them and you say you have to spay or neuter.
Correct.
Or both,
Yes.
and you do it.
Yes. We'll issue a citation in most cases to make sure that gets done.
And then they go to the vet, or you folks do it for them?
That would be their responsibility to
Okay.
take care of it.
And they come back with a little note that says, yes, I did it?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions?
Have you read the proposed ordinance?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there anything in it that you'd like to see changed or something that you can't handle?
Well, again, the overpopulation of animals is everywhere. So anything we can do, or anything the council can do to reduce our overpopulation would be helpful.
And is in passing this, that would be helpful?
If that's what the council wishes to do, again, if it could be more restrictive to limit the population, I would be supportive of that as well. But again, whatever the council wishes to do. But again, there is an overpopulation everywhere of animals.
So if we did this tonight, we could come back and make it more stringent later, but at least we would be in compliance with state law.
I believe so.
Okay. Thank you.
But couldn't we come back in a month with something a little bit tighter?
Or the city council.
I did have a situation where someone was cited for failure to spay or neuter, and they contacted, our prosecution and said that the code allows them to get a breeder's permit and they wish to breed. And I was forced to dismiss the ticket because it does say that. So it does operate as a loophole, and we have seen that in practice.
Was that a male dog?
It was a female dog, I believe, if memory serves.
I just know somebody was fighting one with a male
There was a
dog.
male dog too that they wanted to keep intact, and they weren't actually even breeding here. That might have been the scenario too. This was like 4 years ago or 3 years ago. This was really the first reason why we brought this forward. Because you can issue the citation, but then it has to be proven in the court. So
You do DNA testing.
we do not do DNA testing.
All right. So, again, in order to be compatible with state law and have something, do I have a motion? Seeing no motion, we will table that and go to number 14.
Given that 14 was to establish a breeder permit fee and 13 did not pass, 14 is moot.
Okay. We will go to 15. I think that you'll say the same thing on that one.
No, this one we actually still need, I'm sorry, did I get?
Shall we set a fee
Oh,
for
was 14 the fines? Oh, geez, I'm sorry. I printed 215 somehow instead of 114. I apologize. Can we go back to item 14, Mayor?
Yes, we may.
Okay. So we do need a motion on item 14 because while there were civil fines added for the breeder permit violations, there were also civil fines added for the at-large violations that we have decriminalized with the passage of Bill 2089. So I would recommend a motion to approve the resolution removing the breeder permit fines, since that did not pass, but we're keeping the civil fines for having a dog unleashed in El Dorado, the Desert Conservation Area, in Hemingway Park, and on a municipal golf course.
So is there a motion to do just that?
I move to approve 8061.
As described without the breeder's
As described
permit?
by the city attorney.
Okay.
Without the breeder permit fines.
Without the breeder permit attached.
Okay.
I'll second.
Is there discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, thank you. That brings us to 15.
And 15 is moot. I apologize, I got them reversed.
Okay. That is done. That brings us to 16, which is a public hearing regarding the Historic Preservations Commission of a denial of a certificate of appropriateness for an attached garage. So anyone who would like to say something, or I guess, Michael, you're going to kick it off?
Yes, Mayor. Per our city's historic preservation ordinance, any exterior changes to a building within the historic district that can be seen from the street requires a certificate of appropriateness, or what we refer to as a COA, before the city can issue a building permit. For contributing buildings, the COA requires review and approval by the Historic Preservation Commission. The owners of 1319 Colorado Street are seeking to build an attached garage to the west end of their home. You can see some aerials showing the existing property here and the existing frontage. And this shows the addition. They have worked with city staff and the city's historic preservation consultant to better meet the requirements of the Secretary of Interior's standards for rehabilitation and the design guidelines. Through that collaboration, they were able to meet more of the standards of each, but not all of the standards. Their COA application was considered by the Historic Preservation Commission on September 24th. With a vote of 2-1, the application was denied. City Code provides the applicant the right to appeal the Historic Preservation Commission decision to the City Council, and their justifications for that appeal are contained in your packet. This agenda item does require a public hearing, as you mentioned, Mayor, and the applicant representatives are here to answer any questions of the council, and I can answer any staff questions.
Any questions for Mr. Mays?
Just one, do they have alley access?
They do have alley. Now I can't talk. Let me go back to this. There's an alley behind their property. They did explore with our staff alternative locations. The challenge was that it would take up most of the backyard to accommodate the garage in the rear yard.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So does the alley, if you put that up, does the alley end at their property line?
Yes.
So their alley is just the back street of two houses?
That is correct.
And so do they have access to the alley for basically personal use then?
They would have access to the alley, yes.
But how would they back in on that? How would they back in to that? Because the garage can only be on one side, and it's a little tiny corner on that side, appears.
Yeah, the property owners represented that they explored alternative locations for it, and it wasn't workable, and so that's why they proceeded with to the western side of the home.
West is to the left on our picture.
Correct.
So the addition would go almost to the property line.
That is correct. So as you can see with this image, the hashed mark is the garage addition. And part of what they worked with city staff, originally it was flush with the house, but they moved it back from the frontage of the home. And so that brought it into greater compliance with design guidelines and Secretary of Interior standards. It just didn't meet all of the criteria.
How close is it to the other house?
It is, I believe, approximately 5 feet, which is required per code.
And the people next door have no objections?
We did not receive any letters of objection based on the prior public hearing. But certainly I could have the applicant come up and answer any direct questions regarding their interactions with their neighbors.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions?
I have a question for the applicant.
My name's Matt Dickey, so I'm here.
Good evening, sir. So your house is a historic home?
Yes, it is. It was built in 1932, and it's been in my wife's family since, I think, 1949.
Okay, so you are a contributor right now.
Yes.
Now, if this was approved tonight, if I'm mistaken, you would be outside of being a contributor because you would only have 75% of the contributing standards met. Is that correct to say, Michael?
So the determination of a contributing property is established anytime the city surveys the properties. They were originally surveyed in 1983, and then in 2020, we did an updated survey. So to answer the question, when would it become non-contributing?
Right.
It is the opinion of our historic preservation consultant that with these changes and a future survey, it's likely to continue to be contributing. It all depends on when that survey might happen.
And my question to the applicant is, are you okay with that? You go ahead with the work, but then when your survey comes up, it may not be a historic home again. You're in a historic district, that'll never change, but the status of being a contributor.
That is
versus,
correct.
Are you okay with that?
We are okay with that.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a letter, if you guys would allow me to read it. It's from my wife. She wasn't able to be here tonight. She's a school teacher, and getting time off is difficult for her. But she is online listening. Dear Mayor Hardy and members of the council, my name is Amy Slack, and although I cannot be there in person today, my husband is reading this letter on my behalf. This home on Colorado Street belonged to my grandparents, and I have a deep emotional connection to it. My goal has always been to restore it with respect for its history, to keep it as close to what it has always been, but also to make it livable for a modern family. I looked forward to working with the Historic Preservation Committee, but I did not anticipate the rigidity of the process. When we presented our request, only 3 members were present. 1 member asked a question that had already been addressed, and 2 members voted no. In the end, just 2 people decided the fate of this home and our family's restoration efforts. The house was built in 1932 as temporary housing for Hoover Dam engineers. It was never meant to be a long-term home, and it does not meet today's living standards. It only has 3 small bedroom closets and 1 small kitchen closet. There is no space inside for a washer, dryer, or hot water heater, which currently sit outside in the backyard. There is no storage for everyday belongings such as a vacuum, extra linen, small appliances, or pet supplies, just to name a few. I respectfully ask you to consider your own home. Could you live with 3 small bedroom closets and 1 small kitchen closet and still have enough room for your belongings and everyday necessities? We are working hard to restore this home with integrity. We purchased historically accurate Dutch lap siding, committed to restoring the original windows, and designed a garage that uses materials consistent with the neighborhood. We even offered to landscape the property, though landscaping is not required because we want this home to add beauty to the street. Our lot size makes it impossible to place the garage at the rear or detach it from the house and still meet setback requirements. Every home on our side of Colorado Street already has a garage, so our proposal fits the character of the neighborhood. The National Park Service standards, the very ones Boulder says it follows, recognize that preservation must balance historic character with livability and economic hardship. Boulder City's ordinances, however, go further. They do not consider economic hardship or property value, even though the Historic Preservation Committee cites NPS guidance. In this case, the city is going beyond NPS standards. We have appraisals showing that denial of this garage greatly devalues our home. Without approval, the house remains unlivable and continues to be an eyesore on a street of well-maintained homes. The house was built as temporary housing, has already been altered, and is currently uninhabitable. Approving this garage does not set a precedent. It simply allows one property to become safe, livable, and consistent with its neighborhood. Granting this appeal will not open the floodgates to additional requests that would weaken Boulder City's preservation efforts. This case is unique. I respectfully ask the council to weigh both preservation and livability and to recognize that our proposal honors Boulder City's heritage while ensuring this home can serve as a practical, welcoming residence in 2025. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully, Amy Slack. So, do you guys have any further questions?
Well, thank you for reading that. I could hear her heart
Yes.
in the home, and your family's been there for a long time.
She was born here also and lived here until 2nd grade and then moved to Idaho where she grew up afterwards.
When I bought my home here, I had the similar. My wash and dryer was outside, the heater was in the middle of the hallway. I had to do a whole new renovation. And so I understand that needs to be done. To me, that's safety and security, really. But again, if that moves you out of the contributor, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Part of it is, I don't know if I really should delve into this area, but the city, the historic district is supposed to have 50% of the houses be contributing, and it isn't meeting that. And so if you take this one away, it's not moving you down the list to almost not be contributing. It's just, you're just about staying where you were.
And when the survey comes back again, I forgot when it's supposed to happen, but it may, pass the...
And the rules may have changed for what you guys are doing. If you add different neighborhoods in that I've heard that you may be looking at, that would change then what you have designated the criteria for being historic. And so that then...
That could change. That's correct.
Could fit in with those new designations.
Well, my thing is I could hear your heart, and this is, your wife's home that she was born and raised in, and having it livable with the wash and dryer inside, which everybody's wash and dryer's inside pretty much. I could see her heart for that. And I really like the fact that she would be willing to give up that status if she had to. so she could live the way you would want to live. And that's something you may have to deal with down the road, but I just wanted to make sure that you understand that.
Understand that.
If it, I'm just one of 5 people, if it gets approved, are you okay with living with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
I think you had me with the outdoor water heater.
That was crazy.
It's still there.
Such a deal. Go ahead.
I'd just like to say, I would rather see, this is a substandard lot, and I would like to see a garage rather than a bunch of little storage sheds out there. So I think it looks more like our historic area by having a garage that matches the building rather than having 2 big storage sheds out in their backyard. So, and not only that, they can go from the house into the garage to use their washer and dryer. And I personally like that idea. I don't think I would like to run outside and do my laundry in this day and age. So that's just my opinion. And again, I'm just one of 5 here.
Any other questions? I would accept a motion.
I've got some comments, Mayor, if I might.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor. It does require a public hearing.
So I'll open the public hearing. Anybody like to call in? 589-9629 in the room. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm sure you're sick of hearing from me tonight. I had the opportunity to both attend Mr. Dickey's original hearing and have the chance to speak with him earlier tonight. And this is the dilemma facing the entire historic district, and really why our historic ordinance really kind of needs to be revisited as a sum whole. These poor people are inheriting a house. Well, not inheriting a house. They've taken possession of a house that's, for the better part, almost 100 years old. That was never meant to be permanently lived in when it was originally constructed, and it just doesn't live up to today's living standards. It's pretty plain and simple. Unfortunately, by making it livable by today's standards, takes it out of contributing status and therefore essentially takes away from Boulder City's national status as a historic city. Speaking with Mr. Dickey earlier in regards to the efforts that their family went through to go through the city staff, through Courtney Mooney. Unfortunately, there was no reasonable solution presented that they could employ to both have a garage to make it a little more livable space and keep its contributing status. Therefore, the whole historic nature of the town is really in peril, owing to these standards that just can't really be met in any reasonable way, shape, or form. You've got another historic owner here in town that's had the same experience, and if somebody's going through the effort of actually going through Courtney and Michael and all the steps that are needed to try and give them the best shot at actually building or reconstructing or restoring, whatever you want to call it, a historic home and keeping it contributing, and they can't manage to maintain that under any circumstance, something's really broken. And these things really need to be addressed in kind of a bigger sense. Otherwise, yeah, we're down to 42%. We might be down to 40% now with the homes that we've lost recently. Mr. Dickey was one of the few people who actually takes the time to actually go through the city steps to try and get it done right, where, maybe one gets on fire and it doesn't get done, or, you wake up on a Thursday night at 5 and start your construction and then get it done by Monday morning, and nobody's none the wiser until the next survey comes, and then all of a sudden it's not contributing anymore. So these are all things that need to be addressed on really a much bigger scale, on a national scale, like and how people with 100-year-old homes that aren't particularly livable in today's day and age can restore them to some standard. I looked at the home that is adjoining this property when it was for sale last year. It was a complete eyesore, and so I would suggest that an attached garage might not be the eyesore that the home's been sitting in. It's been in its dilapidated state for some time, and I think that while an attached garage might not be historic by its own standard, it would, the proposed changes that these individuals are willing to engage to make the home a much more livable space would also make it a much more aesthetically pleasing space to that corridor on Colorado. And again, I just think it's something that kind of needs to be addressed in a bigger sense, because we're losing the fight. Boulder City is a historic space. We're a historic city, and you've probably sick of seeing me come up here and talk about how much we care about it and how much it needs to stay the same, but it also needs to roll with the changes and be able to be lived in. Otherwise, these houses are just going to rot and return to ash anyway, and we've lost them anyway. So I would encourage you all to kind of think about what I've just said here, the efforts that these individuals have gone to try and comply and still haven't managed to do so. Obviously, I will say that every house that falls off the registry matters. But when you're going through the effort to try and save that space and save its nature on the registry, there should be some pathway forward. And I think that we have Courtney Mooney on retainer, or whatever her dealio is, for compensation. There should be some way, shape, or form that she can suggest a pathway forward. Now, maybe in this case, a detached garage, maybe 3 feet from the home is the way. It might add a little bit of cost. It might add a little bit of effort. But if they got a variance for doing a zero lot line garage on the west side, then maybe everybody wins. The house remains contributing. The garage gets built. Everybody's happy, and it's just all about playing the right game and ticking all the right boxes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other people want to come forward in public comment or call in at 589-9629? Go ahead, sir. If you could identify yourself.
Yes, my name is Sean Logan. I do the architecture for the project. And I would just like to say that without knowing what the future registry is going to put the house at, I know that how and where we did this and how we worked and met 75% of the resolutions, and the fact that it is very compatible with the rest of the home, and trying to put it in the backyard, the staff before saw that that was not plausible at all. Separating it 3 feet from the house would not give us even enough room to build the garage. We have 18 feet. The requirement for the setback is 5. That gives us a 13-foot garage. And even if we did try to detach it, I don't think that meets the Preservation Department criteria anyways, as far as some of the items go being on the side of the home. I think that everything that Amy spoke about with washer and dryer and the water heaters, and the fact that landscaping the front yard and making this a beautiful project to coincide with Denver and Colorado and the rest of the district has more positives than negatives by far. And again, we don't foresee what the future, I apologize if I don't remember the word being used on what will happen when they view the project again as far as that goes. But I'd just like to say that I think that they very well understand the historic district's requirements, and she felt that, and all we're doing, setting it back. We have, I think it's more 40% of it sitting in the backyard as far as it goes, but other than that, just like to say that we appreciate your efforts on keeping us moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other one here or online? Thank you. So with that, we'll close the public comment, bring it back to council. What are the wishes of council?
Can we move to
I'd like to
approve?
make some comments before we do a motion, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Are you okay with that, Ms. Booth? Okay, thank you. I would like to express our gratitude to the Historic Preservation Commission. They have a difficult task, and we appreciate the work that they do. Thank you, Mr. Dickey, for being here, and for the letter from your wife. Very eloquent, and it feels like you've had to do more work than necessary, really. Not only are the things that your wife pointed out, and you pointed out, about the livability of a home, but also the rights of a property owner. And we certainly don't want to step on those. Historic preservation is an important aspect of Boulder City's character, but when you take a house that wasn't even intended to be a permanent structure and then to make it something 80 years later is a daunting task. If this gets approved, it would take it off of the contributing status, but as you commented, that's kind of been an issue at hand for the city, bigger than just this single occupancy. I appreciate the fact that you have committed to use as many original style exterior components as possible, including the windows. And also, I would hope, as part of, if this gets approved tonight by City Council, that the Community Development Department can work seamlessly with you in permitting, because I know oftentimes, when permit required work is done, then the whole structure is subject to current standards. And, we have to meet the intent of the standards rather than the letter of the standards. And so I hope that we can work very closely with this project to make sure that it goes well for the property owner, and that we are in the right way compliant, yet workable as well. And so anyway, Mayor, I laud you for your efforts and for maintaining that in the family and your wife's family for all these years, and for the renewed dedication now to turn it into a livable space. So thank you, Mayor. That was all that I wanted to add to that.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Councilman. The thing that we're in, as you've been so eloquent before, is these commissions that we appoint, they really do a valuable job in keeping the rationale for why they're appointed. They're appointed for a reason, and so it would be very unusual for them to say, without any worry, well, I think we should just change the rules. I mean, quite frankly, that's what we're up to. But we appreciate when they have that debate and they say, well, it just makes sense, that quote unquote. But when it really comes down to it, we appreciate when they send it to us and say, what do you really want to do? this is one where we have to decide what we want to do, recognizing that it's still not contributing and won't contribute with this. And at what point does the greater opportunity, the greater good take place? But as I said, he had me when I saw the outdoor water heater. So I would accept a motion.
Okay, I move to approve the Dickey request.
Second it.
Discussion?
Did I say that wrong?
Yeah, sorry, we would just need a motion to reverse the Historic Preservation Commission's decision.
I make a motion to reverse the Historic Preservation's decision.
I'll second that.
And any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you all. So that brings us to number 17. Public hearing again on the Bullock Field Navy Hangar, 1401 Boulder City Parkway.
The National Register of Historic Places is the U.S. official list of buildings, sites, districts, structures, and objects recognized for their significance in American history, architecture, and archaeology. It's established by the National Register Preservation Act of 1966 and it's administered by the National Park Service and encourages the preservation of historic resources. The Boulder City Historic District and the Boulder Dam Hotel are listed on the National Register. Goal 3 of the Boulder City Historic Preservation Plan states that the city will identify and promote historic resources, including structures that will help to define a sense of place in Boulder City. The Bullock Field Navy Hangar, located at 1404 Boulder City Parkway, was built in 1940 to support long-distance flights as a part of the national defense efforts. Later, the building was incorporated into the city airport starting in 1961 until the airport was relocated in 1990. Earlier this year, the Historic Preservation Commission asked Broadbent to research and prepare material in order to submit to the National Register a nomination to add the hangar to the registry. The Historic Preservation Commission reviewed the application submission that was prepared by Broadbent and Ms. Mooney, and that application was recommended for approval to the City Council on September 24th. To submit the application to the National Register per City Code, it requires City Council to hold a public hearing and approve Resolution 8063. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Any questions?
So in here, it shows the Elks Lodge. The Elks Lodge is not in consideration?
That is correct. So originally, they asked to look at both the Elks Lodge, the runway, and the hangar. Based on Ms. Mooney's assessment, the Elks Lodge and the runway are no longer contributing and would not be eligible for a National Register nomination.
And then my last question is so if we make this part of the National Registry, what happens if we decide we want to knock the building down and utilize that land for something that could be very profitable or the city would really want?
Does not prohibit demolition.
Okay.
This just adds it to the National Register.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I do have a question, I have a question. Will the historic property designation give us the opportunity to apply for grants to use that building for something that the residents may want to see the building being used for? Similar to the historic water filtration building?
Yes.
It's cleaned up, it's nice, but it's just sitting there. And, we were looking at maybe doing something else with it. keep it within that historic preservation status, but do something with it. So moving to that designation, would we be able to apply for grants?
Yes.
Thank you.
So to have to be standing to get a grant?
Yes, it would.
We'll open the public hearing. 702-589-9629. Or anyone left in the chambers like to come up briefly? We're going to give you your 3 minutes this time.
Brandon Smith for the record. Thank you again. I think I previously stated my enthusiasm for recognizing the hangar as a historic relic of Boulder City. It's a tremendous building. I would love to see us do something more productive with it than use it as a storage unit. It's a cool place, and I think the council would love to see it turned into something more productive. So I will leave it at that, and thank you all for your time tonight.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else in chambers. I don't see anybody on the phone line or hear anybody on the phone line. We will close public comment then, public hearing then, and bring it back to council. Thoughts? Councilman
If there are no comments, I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 8063.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. It's unanimous in the affirmative. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Mays.
Last one from me, Mayor, I promise, for this evening. So agenda item 18. Over the past year, Boulder City has been working with the other jurisdictions in southern Nevada to adopt the 2024 International Building Codes with local amendments. Staff plans to bring these amendments to the council for consideration in January, with an effective date of June of 2026. Before the city council can consider the amendments, because these amendments would impact businesses, the city must prepare a business impact statement, which is attached to your staff report. Notice of the business impact statement was provided to the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association, the Boulder City Chamber of Commerce, and 825 construction companies currently licensed in Boulder City to seek input. To date, no comments were received. Staff is seeking approval of Resolution 8064 to adopt the business impact statement, and I can answer any questions.
Any questions?
Clarifying, this is strictly the business impact statement tonight.
Correct.
Nothing to do with the code adoptions.
Correct.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
If there are none, Mayor, I move to approve accepting the business impact statement.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It is unanimous in the affirmative. Thank you. This brings us to our city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. No items, unusual items on item 19.
Thank you. And does that apply to number 22?
Yes, same for 20.
Thank you. That brings us to our second public comment. And I don't see anyone here, but if you'd like to call in, 702-589-9629. And I don't hear anybody on the phone line. And that we will close public comment. And we will go to city council report. And we'll start with Councilman Walton, if he's ready.
Thank you, Mayor. I am ready. The only update I have is just some brief summaries of year-to-date numbers for the for the Convention and Visitors Authority that would have to do with the visitation to the destination, as we use in the vernacular. Just 5 points real quick. Year to date, so this last 3 months, for the Convention and Visitors Authority, because they're funded through the taxes on the properties, the general operating fund for the Convention and Visitors Authority is down 13.6% year to date. The room tax earnings are down 14% year to date. Average daily rate is down 6.7%. The occupancy rate is down 7%, and the average rooms occupied daily. So the occupancy rate is how much money is paid, and then the average room occupied is just how many rooms are filled, and that has declined 8.2%. The bottom line is the first quarter has been pretty rough for visitation to the destination, and that has an economic impact. When things are sunshine and roses in that area, everybody, the tide lifts, including our community, and when there's hardships there, it's felt a little bit even all the way out to us. But there are strong numbers for the committed conventions and events, so we expect that to turn around beginning the next quarter. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a few points. 258 helmets have been passed out for the kids up to this point, so congratulations to our staff and to those parents and families who are listening and hearing and getting your kids in helmets. Also, Park and Rec has turkey shoot competition from 6 to 8:30 on Tuesday and Wednesday, November 25th and 26th, if you're interested. November and December, free swim lessons, limited availability for water babies, preschool, and learn to swim. You can call at the Park and Rec Department or Swim Center, so it's 702-293-9286. And since we'll vacate our last meeting, I just want to say how thankful I am for it. Well, first off, we have some great people from the police department that stay here with us to keep us safe every meeting. We have a wonderful staff. We have wonderful people in our city that work here and for us and with us, and we're appreciative of that, and we're appreciative of our community, those who come out, speak to us, speak with us, sometimes at us, but we are so appreciative of it because it helps us to better understand your needs and the needs of this community. And I'm very grateful for the people who are up here serving alongside of me because I know what it takes, and I know that they do it well. So have a happy Thanksgiving.
Well, we all love the mayor, and the League of Cities made him Man of the Year. That's what I heard. But we knew that a long time ago. And I also would like to thank Gary Poindexter for stepping in and helping everybody. And I just really appreciate his wonderful can-do attitude. And also, I went to the air show this weekend. It was so much fun, and there were so many little kids there that were so happy to be there. It was just really exciting. And also being Italian, I found a little Italian airplane there that was just, I wanted to get in it and fly because it was real zippy, so it looked like it'd be a lot of fun. And I wanted to thank Jackie Rosen for trying to keep the government open because so many of our people are suffering. And we're here with Park Service, they're all on furlough. The dispatchers are working without a paycheck, and so and right next to people that are getting paid. So I really want to say thank you to her. And tomorrow's Veterans Day, so make sure you thank a veteran. We're so lucky to have the wonderful people, and we have a wonderful young man in the back that's a veteran, and we really appreciate you. And it's just our day to really honor our American heroes, and that's all that I have to say, Mayor.
Thank you.
So as city council, we have a lot of things that we have to do, a lot of reading. I didn't know what I was getting into, but it's worthwhile doing. But one of the things that I do like doing is going to some of the events that we have, and I just want to run through these real quick. I want to thank Michael and Chairman Davenport from the Historic Preservation Commission. We did a tour of the historic water filtration plant, and it's really, really something to see. If you haven't been over, it's worth going over, and we would like to see that open to the public more often. I'm sure it takes a lot to do that, and there's still painting to be done, but thank you for the work that's been done in there. I also went to the airport day. Kudos to Marissa Dew and the airport staff and the volunteers who coordinated and executed a successful event. It really was something. A lot of families out there from Boulder City and Henderson, so just kudos to her. I also participated in Operation Christmas Child. We packed 300 boxes here in Boulder City. Last year we did 7 million nationwide, and we expect to exceed that this year. Again, I want to thank all the families from Boulder City and Henderson and Las Vegas that came out to pack Christmas boxes for children overseas. For some of them, it may be the only present they get. For some of them, may have been the first present that they've ever received. So kudos to our family. And I want to say thank you, Mayor, for the proclamation for Southwest Diner. Our country is going through tough times. We're not out of the woods just yet. Nevada strong, yes. Our representative vote to open it up, and that was brave on their part. But I want to thank all those who participated in just helping out your neighbor. It's important that during these times, we live as we live in Boulder City, and the federal government doesn't impact us in the way that we could impact our neighbors by being there and helping them with their needs. And so I just want to thank everyone who went to Southwest Diner, first of all, because she served free lunch and dinner to the children, which was outstanding. She did that during COVID as well. And that's what a way to say thank you to your neighbors when they're down and out and you have something to give. So kudos to Miss Cindy Ford over at Southwest Diner. And I am a veteran, and thank you all for thinking of us and taking off tomorrow, not just as a holiday, but as a day to reflect on where our country is, where it's going, and those who served, like myself, but those who paid the ultimate sacrifice. That it means a lot more to me. So when you see either policeman, fireman, veteran from the military, just say thank you for your service, because it's important what you do. May we all just check on our neighbors from time to time, regardless of what the climate is in our country. And I just want to say, go Air Force to those veterans back there, and happy Thanksgiving to my comrades over here. And the staff, thank you for all that you do as well. God bless you all.
Thank you. So we have a new passport that looks like a passport book, one per family. And the theory is you have places where you can go uptown, around town, and get a passport stamp. And then you take this, turn it in, and you're eligible for a $50 gift card, if you could win a $50 gift card. But the Chamber of Commerce is doing a wonderful job making sure that we, the small town, have an opportunity to shop here in our small town and help everybody and lift everybody where we live. We've had lots of encouraging times recently. We've got, I'm not sure I can use a name, so I'm not going to say her name, but we have a new baby born, a week ago in the city clerk's office, and it's not Tammy.
She does have a dog. She just got a new dog.
But it is somebody on maternity leave, and it's been fun to look at this beautiful baby. We have the County Commission's going to meet on the 18th of this month and talk about the fuel revenue indexing. And when we look around Boulder City and what we've done in Boulder City, a lot of that money has come through that fuel revenue indexing. And I would suppose that a lot of people like that and would be supportive of that kind of thing continuing to help us in Boulder City, as well as the flow of traffic in the greater Las Vegas area. The volunteers of the hospital had a gala appreciation night the other night, and we must have had at least 100 people there, and those volunteers have done so much for Boulder City Hospital. I appreciate what they've done. And then the VA is having a special parade, and the VA parade amounts to having lots of cars go in the parking lot in front of the veterans that are there as the patients in front of them, and it's really a very sweet experience to have the veterans lined up in their wheelchairs, on their chairs, be in front of that. And that's at 9 o'clock tomorrow on Veterans Day for the Veterans Day Parade in Boulder City at the Veterans Home.
It's open to all of us to go.
And anybody and everybody is welcome, and it truly is a great experience to have. Speaking of Southwest Diner, I was invited to go there and congratulate Shirley Thomas, who turned 100 years old. And so we had a great time, she and I. It was almost like a old home week. We told stories, some of which were true, and we just had a great time, the two of us together with her friends and neighbors there at Southwest Diner. It's a wonderful place to live. We're grateful to be here, thankful for the council and the ability we have to talk to each other out in the open and be able to come to decisions. With that, meeting's adjourned. Thank you.